My name is Patrick, but you can call me 26. And what we're going to do today is we are going to build Candy Smash, right? Now, Candy Smash is a game that is a clone of the Match 3 game, Candy Crush, right? So what it looks like is if you start playing here, we have a bunch of buttons. This is an 8x8 board, and you're supposed to match any three of them. And in some cases, you get special cells, right? Special types of cells that have power-ups. Let's call them power-ups, right? So for example, if we move this green here, we match those three, that goes down, and if there is no match, it's going to shuffle itself until there is something that is presented as a match, right? So all these are random. It just drops them randomly, right? And okay, after shuffling it, we get this, and this clears the entire row, column rather. So if we do this, it clears the entire column, and then we get another one, and this one clears the entire row, right? So we do this, and this clears the entire row like so, and then we get they fall down, and this one is another power up, and it destroys a certain number of cells depending on what you match it with, right? And I think there's only one we have not seen. Yes, this is the other one, which is going to be called this one sort of explodes, right? When you put it, it's going to, every cell it touches is going to be set to empty, and that cell is going to be filled with the either a random creation or the cell that is above it, right? So we're going to do that, and you're going to see all the cells there are going to fall, right? So, and we have combos, and we also have a timer, and if the timer gets to 0, the game ends, right? So the goal is to play as long as possible and not get the timer to end, right? So play as long as possible, save the best score on your on app storage, and get as many points as possible, right? So that's that, right? So that is essentially the game, right? And it does take a bit of work. So let's see exactly how you would build something like this, right? And if you match this to, like if you match two special cells, like in this case we have the ladybug and the ladybug. If you match this to, it's going to clear out the entire cell, right? So you get lots of points for that, right? So if you ever get that, you ever get two special cells and you match them, you get additional functionality, right? So that's something you should be aiming for, right? So yeah, so that's basically it, and let's get to work, right? Let's just do that, and okay, right? So let's get to work and start building this. Let's get to it. Now, the very first thing we want to do is we want to create the various icons that you're going to use. We're going to use SF symbols as our icons, as they come with the system. And let's have a look at them. So for example here, right? So when we start the game, we're going to have four usual, the four common SF symbols, and these are going to be this, the square, the circle, the triangle, and the heart, right? But then after that, we're going to have the special ones, which are going to be the row, column, the bang, the bomb, and the gift, right? So that's what you're going to have, right? So let's do that. So let's come here and create a file. We could call it utils, right? And this is just going to be a Swift file, like so. And this is going to be called utils or utilities or whatever you want to call it, right? Just put it in the file, right? And now because you're going to be dealing with the colors here, we're going to import, instead of foundation, we're also going to import SwiftUI because you're going to be dealing with the colors, right? As you may have noticed, if we come here, that every single element has a different color, right? So it's going to be included in the icon. So so that when we show it also with the particular color and also the particular name. Now the name is going to be the name of the SF symbol that when we actually bring it forward, is going to give us the, it's going to know what shape to draw, right? So the three things the icon is going to have is going to be the color, the name, and the color, the name, the color, the name, and then afterwards we're going to have a function, a static function on the icons where it's going to give us random types, right? But we don't want all random types, right? So you're not going to loop over all of them and give random types, right? Let me explain why. If you look at this, what we have is that we, when we start off, we only have the regular shapes, right? That is the four regular shapes, which is the triangle, the rectangle, the triangle, the square, the circle, and the heart, right? So when we're looping over all the icons, we only want to loop over the regular shapes, and then afterwards, we don't want to get the power-ups or the special ones for free, right? So that's what you're going to have. And then after that, we also need, in order to make decisions, we need to know about the number of cells that are available on the screen that are among our core, right? So this is going to be useful when we are raining down, or when we are dropping more elements onto the screen, right? So those are the 4 things we're going to have on the icon. So let's actually do that right now. So we're going to have the enum. It's going to be an enum. It's going to be called icon type, and this is going to be case iterable. Case iterable for obvious reasons. We want to iterate over them. Then we're going to say equatable, right? And maybe we could put hashable, but I had originally put hashable, but then I was designing it for a more complex system. I simplified a bit of it. I used if you check my channel, you'll find that there's a chess builder that we built, right? So what we did in the chess builder is that because we want to iterate over the positions quickly, we try and hash them, right? So I had originally hashed them using the positioning system for the chess, but then I realized that was unnecessarily complicated. We could simplify matters, right? So that is why we don't have I already have the code available, and you can get that. You might find in the code maybe things like hashable, but we don't really need it, right? So let's have case empty, right? And now empty is what happens when you make a match. Now when you make a match, it's going to be empty, right? And this is going to be useful when we are trying to repopulate the grid, right? So that is going to be that. Then we have case triangle. Then we're going to have case, and we're going to have circle. Then we're going to have case, and we're going to have square. And we're going to have case, and we're going to have heart. Then we're going to have case, and the next one is going to be row. Then we're going to have case. We're going to talk about exactly what they do, right? Or if we could say quickly, row just clears out the row. Column does the same for column. Case, bang. Bang, I believe, takes out the bang, checks for the a T shape, right? We'll look at that in a bit, right? And then we have case bomb. Bomb basically takes out all the eight cells or squares that are next to the particular cell. We'll look at that when we get that, right? So everything that touches it, the one to the top of it, the one to diagonally across it, all the 4 diagonally across it, then the north, the east, the south, and the west, right? So if you have a bomb in the middle, it's going to take out 8 other cells, right? Everything to the left of it, right? So that's going to be that. And case gift. Gift will act differently depending on what you match it with, right? So gift is going to act differently depending on how you match it with, right? Now the next thing is going to be the color, right? So we're going to have a var color, and we're just going to have everything, right? Color. We're going to make like options for everything, and then later on is when we're going to be implementing them, right? So we come here and we say switch, and this is going to be self, like so. Then we do this, we get all the various options, right? So here we're going to have the color is going to be clear, right? So clear, there is going to be nothing here. Then the triangle is going to be orange, or give them, just pick 8 colors that you think go well, right? So these are my colors that I found to be good, and it's going to be yellow. For the circle, the square is going to be, we could say, let's pick a color, let's say green here. The heart is going to be blue. The row is going to be red. The column is going to be dot pink. The bang is going to be dot indigo. The bomb is going to be dot purple. And the gift, let's say the gift is going to be teal, right? So if we have a look, let's just have a quick glance here. And what you'll see is that these are the various colors. These are of course the regular 4 pieces, right? Now, one thing you will notice is that, okay, we do come here and we have that. Let's just come to the end of color. And at the end of color, the next thing we want to do is we want to get random, right? So we want the ability to generate a random among our 4, right? Now, random is going to be useful when you are dropping cells from the top, right? So how do we do that? We come here and we say something like static, and this is going to be func like so, and this is going to be random. And what random is going to be is it's going to return an icon type, right? Now for the icon type, the type of icon is we're going to get all the cases. Let's just say let all cases, and this is going to be self dot all cases, right? So we get every single case. Then we get a random index, and we say let random index, and random index is going to be int dot random in, and this is going to be 1 all the way to 5, right? So we want 1 to 5. And the reason we're doing 1 to 5 is we don't start at 0. Why don't we start at 0? Because 0 is empty, right? So we don't want a situation where one of the, where one of the cells that are generated after we get rid of the cells, one of the cells that drops from the top is going to be empty, right? We want them either to be a triangle, and that's why they're in the order that they're in, right? That's why they're in the order that they're in. You could, of course, if you move empty, put empty somewhere else. Just make sure that we loop through triangle, circle, square, heart, and no more, right? So in my case, that's number 1 to 5, right? If you want, you could move like, bring empty here, and then have triangle be 0, and then go from 0 to 4, right? So that's what we're doing here, right? So it picks a random, and then after it gets random there, we just come in and we say return. And what do we want to return? We want to return all cases, and we just want the random index that is generated, right? So this is going to give us a number from between 1 and 4, and then we're going to use that among all our cases. So it's going to return one of the 4 of them randomly, right? And what that looks like is, let's just see it in action. Let's do this, right? So we come here, do this, right? Then you see it has dropped a couple of them, of course. This one is for the column, right? So these ones that are being dropped are being generated randomly. That's what it's doing, right? So sometimes it generates them randomly and you get 3 in a row that are random, then it creates something like this or something below it, right? So we'll go over the mechanism like later on, right? So you see here, it's going to generate a couple of random of them, and it's going to be green, green, yellow. So that's what it does. This is what does this, right? So that's that. And then afterwards, we need to have the core. Now, what the core is going to do is it's going to check, we're going to use it in a number of places. And what this is just going to tell us is whether or not, like if we want to check, in particular, one very important place we're going to check, right, is because all this is randomly generated. There's a chance that it might be arranged in such a way that there are no matches, right? A match is defined as having two, what are they called? A match is a situation where you have two colors and another color next to them, right? So in such a situation, we want to be able to refresh the entire board, right? We want to be able to shuffle it, right? So one thing we're going to be checking is whether or not, and also the power-ups. The power-ups can interact with any other cell, right? The power-ups can interact with any other cell. So one thing we're going to check before we shuffle the entire deck is whether or not there's a power-up, right? So how do we check whether there's a power-up? We check whether or not the board has a core, right? Has one of the core, the 4 core cells that you see, right? So for example, a power-up can interact with any. So a power-up can, if you have a power-up, the board is not considered dead. The board is considered as having options to be played. Let me show you an example, right? So this particular icon, which is the column, can interact with any, right? We could choose to move it up, then it's going to clear everything. If we move it to the left, it's going to clear this. If we move it to the right, it's going to clear this, right? Or if you move it down or up, it's going to clear the current row. So it has 2 options. You can either move it left, right, up or down, doesn't matter. It's just going to clear the same, right? So if we do this, it's going to clear everything, right? And then everything is going to come. So in such a situation, we don't have a dead cell, a dead board. And if you have a dead board, if you have any of the power-ups, you don't have a dead board. So how are we going to find out whether we have a dead board? Because if you don't have a dead board, you can't make any matches, you can't proceed, right? So in such a situation, we want to reshuffle the board. And what we could do is we could come here and we create that static function. And this function is going to be called core. And what it's going to do is it's going to return an array of icon type, right? So an array of icon type. And how we're going to use it is just tell us, we're going to check whether or not whatever is on the board is on the core, right? So the core is going to be .this, .triangle, .square, and .heart, right? So if we loop through and we see that the actual cell, none of the cells there have, all the cells there have only this. That means that we have none of the power-ups. That means that there's a potential for them to be a dead board, right? And if this is the case, if they're only this available, we check whether or not any 2 of them are next to another one. Like, are there 2 circles next to either to the left or to the right of another circle, which are separated by 1, right? So that's what you're going to check, and we're going to be doing that in a bit, right? So that's basically it. And let us proceed from here. This is the test. Let's make sure everything is working as it should. I have a playground just for testing open. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste the code that we just wrote. And I'm going to import SwiftUI. because we need color for foundation doesn't have that, otherwise. And also SwiftUI contains foundation, right? So let's come here, do that SwiftUI, and that's everything that we have or should have or thereabouts, right? That's going to be that. So the next thing we need to do is come to the bottom here, and what we're going to do is I'm just going to come here and print. Okay, may not need to print necessarily. We could say icon.type, and we just want to say the random, right? So this is going to give us one of the four if all our code is correct. Let's have a look here and see. Okay, it's taking its sweet time. Let's just run it again. I normally believe or superstitiously believe that if you run it twice, you're going to get, it's going to be a bit faster. Okay, we have heart, right? So if we run it again, maybe we'll get something different. We have square. Let's try and see if we get a third different one. Circle, wow. It's actually random. Let's see. Okay, circle, right? Yeah, so we got in 4, we got 3 different ones, right? So that's what it's going to be called, right? It's going to, every time you call it, it's going to give you a completely random one, right? And after that, you could get the what's it called? You can generate the random squares from the core, right? Now, one thing we could also do is we could come here and we say, we could give it an array and say .core. Let's come here and we say, maybe copy this, right? Copy this, right? And then come here, paste this, and we say, we could do it like this. We could say icon type dot core, right? Dot core dot contains, and then we have an array, and we say dot let's copy this, right? Cut and come and paste this, right? And do this, right? Let's run this, and this should give us true, right? Because icon type does contain this, right? But if we get rid of this and put something that we're sure is not there, right? So let's say something like dot bomb, right? We do have dot bomb here, and if we do this, this is going to give us false, right? So this is going to tell us that icon type.core doesn't contain bomb, right? So that's how we're going to use it in a bit, right? So let's get to it. Now, the next thing we need to do is we would like to create our view model. So let's come here, and we're going to create a new Swift file. And this one is going to be called game VM, which is going to be our view model for our game, right? And we're going to come here and we say it's going to be observable, so you can observe changes. And we're going to say class, and this is going to be game VM, like so. And then we're going to come in and say var score. The score is going to be 0, and then var combo. And combo is going to be useful when we are essentially, let's come here. Okay, I stopped running it, right? So the combo is going to be useful in determining the time increase, right? So we're going to have a function which is going to calculate, and based on the time and the combo, it's going to add the number of seconds that are going to be available for the player up to a certain limit, right? You're not going to have more than a certain number of seconds, right? This is actually the hardest part of the game, balancing it out and making sure that you're not too generous with the score, right? So that there can be a sense of danger. But if you do that, actually, if you give too little, the time goes too fast, or depending on your goals, right? So it's really hard to balance it and make it good. And I've tried, but it's not perfect, right? I'm guessing if you're trying to get people to shell up and pay money, you would make it more parsimonious, right? Give very little time, right? Now the next thing is going to be checking whether or not there's a match on the board, and that is going to be set to false. And then you're going to have is processing, and is processing is going to be also false, right? And then game time, the amount of time available to a player, that's going to be 30 seconds. And then we're going to say whether or not it's playing, and this is also going to be false. Then we're going to say is stop, and this is going to be false. Then we're going to say var timer, and timer is going to be a type of timer, right? like so, and that's what it's going to be. Then we're going to have a few variables. Now, one thing you're going to notice is that we're actually running an 8x8 board, right? We have an 8x8 board, and that's what you're going to use. So you're just going to put it here, and rows are going to be 8. We're basically going to build this as a multi-dimensional array, right? And we have columns. It's going to also be 8, right? So if we have a look here, and we're going to be referring to this a lot, right? So this is basically what we're building, right? This is just manipulating a multi-dimensional array, right? With 64 pieces, and since the index is 0, we are going to also do it from 0, right? So this is basically what we're going to build, right? 7 rows, 7 columns, right? Okay, so that's going to be that, and it's important to keep that in mind. Now we're going to have our board, var board, and board is going to be, and we tell it it's going to be a multi-dimensional array filled with icon types, right? And here we're just going to have an array, and okay, let's do this, right? Like so, and then we come here and we say this is going to be an array, and the array is going to be filled with elements. So we're going to come here and we say repeating, and the repeating is going to be an array, and here we're also going to have repeating, right? Repeating.count, right? And this is going to be an icon type dot empty. So we're going to initialize it with empty, with completely empty icons, right? And then after that, fill it. And the count here is going to be the columns, right? Or you could just say 8 if you want, right? This is going to be columns. You can't say columns here because they're not yet initialized. So you just have to come here and we just say 8, right? So this is going to be 8, and then we come here and we say this is going to be 8, right? So we're going to you do it like this, or you could do it when you call the start and you put it, right? Put it together, right? So that's going to be that, and yeah, basically that, right? Now the next thing we might want to do is we might want to now figure out how we could actually fill it up, right? So we could create a function. Let's come here and we create a function, and this function is going to be called fill grid, right? And what fill grid is going to do is exactly what you think it's going to do, right? We're going to loop through the rows. So we say for row in rows, like so, and then we say for col or column in columns, like so. And what you're going to do is we could maybe do it with animation. So we could come here and we say with animation, like so, hit this. And what we want to do is say dot ease in out, and maybe say we want duration. Let's say here duration, and this is going to be 0.3, right? And then we're going to come here and we just want to say board, and the board is going to be oh, we're not looping through. This is going to be for row in 0 to the end of rows. So come here, do that, and then for col in 0, and we go all the way to the end of columns, right? So that's going to be the rows and the column. Then we're going to come here, and it's complaining because we don't have SwiftUI, so let's just import SwiftUI, like so. Come here, and for our board, what we're going to do is the row is going to be this, and the column is going to be this, and we're just going to say this is going to be col, and this is going to be icon type, and this is going to be the random, right? So that's just going to fill it completely. For all 64 elements are going to be filled with the random icon, right? Now there's a problem, right? If you run as you saw it with the example on our as you saw the example that we just created in the playground, sometimes it does, it's not always, since it's random, it might have matches, right? So we don't want to present a board that already has matches. When the game starts, the user should have no matches, right? Otherwise, if there's a match, the match should actually be the match should actually be consumed, right? So let's just run it, right? Okay, this is actually where we are. Let's see, where do I have it running? Okay, fine, we have it here, right? So let's just run this and see it, right? So what we want to do is we want to make sure, let's come here, let's move game VM up here. I like the assets being the last thing. Okay, so we're just waiting for it, right? So what we want to do is we want to make sure that when the game starts that there are no direct matches, because if the direct matches, we want if the direct matches, they'll like disappear from the screen, right? Let's just start the game and you see, right? So when you start the game, you see that there are no direct matches, right? We have only options to match, right? So you can come here and do this and then you match, right? So we don't want any 3 in a row, right? But we also want, if 3 in a row fall, that's good because it can give the user more larger score and more time, right? So what we'd like to do is we want to prevent initial matches at the beginning, right? So how do we do that? Well, we do come here and let's just, I think this function is done with. Let's fold it away, and that's Command Option and left, like so. That's how you fold it away. And we're going to have a function, and the job of this function is going to be pretty straightforward. It's going to be called prevent initial matches, right? And what prevent initial matches is going to do is, well, exactly what you think it is. For row in 0 all the way to rows, right? Then you say for col in 0 all the way to columns, right? Is it calls or columns? Columns, actually, right? So we're going to check the current type, and we say var current type. Current type is going to be gotten from the board, and this is going to be, we're going to get the row, and then we're going to say the column, right? So this is going to give us the, maybe this is a hat, right? Because it can only be filled by that, right? So that's going, not call, but call, right? So we get the current cell that we're looking at in particular, right? From the row and the column. And we're going to check for horizontal matches first, right? So we say if row, horizontal, let's start with horizontal. If columns column, okay, we call it call, right? If call is greater than or equal to 2, right? And where are we getting greater than or equal to 2, right? Think about it. Let's just have a look at this, right? What we want to do is we want to make sure that you have at least 2 rows before we check horizontal matches like this, right? So don't start here, because if you start with this first character, this first cell, there's no it can be a match. You can only have a match horizontally after the 3rd column, right? So you go 1, 2, 3, right? So we skip. You could loop through every single one, but it doesn't make sense. It's a bit more efficient, and this is a very small board, so even if you loop through all of them, it would make sense. But first, we're going to save time, right? And we're going to write code that is a bit more efficient. So what you're going to do is only loop when you get to the second one, because you can't make a match in the first one, you can't make a match in the second one. The only possible way is going to be 3, and so on and so forth, right? So that, I think, is pretty straightforward. So we just check the previous 2, right? And we say if board, and here we check row, and then we check the previous one, which is going to be the previous column. And how do we get to the previous column? It's going to be col -1, right? So we check the previous column like so. If this is going to be current type, and the one before that, board, come here, say row, come here, say column, col -2, right? The 2 previous, right? If that is also current type, right? Is current type. If that is the case, we have found a match, right? Let's get a new type, right? So that means that if the 2, like we check the previous 2 and we say that they are the current type, right? So we have 3 in a row. What we should do is we should change it, right? We should come here and we say let new type, and the new type is going to be gotten from icon type dot core dot. We can't go for random, right? If we get for random, we might get the same type, right? We might get the same as the current type, right? So if we go for core, what we need is we need to loop through the core, and we need the first where, and we could use $sign notation, right? So come here, say this, do this, come here, first, okay, let's just go first where, and okay, we could just do this, right? We say where the actual element, so this is going to be $0, is not the current type, right? So just loop through until you find the first, which is not the first current type. And now we have a new type, right? Now for the new type is going to be, what you're going to do is say the board row call is going to be new type, right? So that's the case, right? And if not, set empty, right? But we're sure it's going to work, or at least we are pretty sure it's going to work, right? So that's going to be that. So basically, if we could reiterate, right? Let's have a look at this, right? So let's say you're here, right? So loop through, you say 1, 2, and we get to 3, right? And now we check, let's say this first one here is blue, right? We come here and we check this is blue, right? Now if we come here, we check whether or not the previous two columns, right? We check column -1, column -2, and we find that these are blue. And then we also check that this one, in actual fact, is also blue, right? So we have 3 blues in a row. What we want to do is we want to come here and we want to change this, right? We could randomize all this, but then we would have the same problem, right? Originally when I built it the first time, I used to randomize all this and keep randomizing until we get a situation where all of them, all 3 in a row are not the same, right? Or there are no 3 in a row that are the same, but that will take a lot of time, like, because it's going to, you can't change, it doesn't make sense to change all of them, right? We could change all of them and then get red, right? Or different icons, right? So what we do instead, eventually if you do it, and remember the iPhone is pretty powerful, right? If you do it, eventually it will come with completely random in all 3 directions, right? Now imagine, for example, if you also get like going down the same, you'd have to check this and then check this the same, right? So the most efficient way to do it is to actually change this to the first non-blue in the array of colors, right? So just come here and you say this is going to be red or whatever color this is, right? It looks to me like a light orange, right? Might be different to you, right? So that's basically what you're doing, right? Do this, and when you get 3 blues in a row, switch this to the first color in the array of core that is not blue, right? So we would go and find maybe the next one is red or whatever. But this is actually, I'm using colors to explain this, but this is just going to be the icon, right? So give it, maybe if it's circle, make this triangle, right? That's what we've done, right? That's I believe a simple explanation, right? Now we have done that for horizontal, right? We want to do the same for vertical, right? And what we do here is if row is greater than or equal to 2, it's greater than or equal to 2, because you can only match to the first 2. We check the previous one, so we say if board, and we check the previous one. How do we check the previous one? Row -1, and here we're going to say this is going to be column, or call in this case, is going to be current type that we're looking at. That's the one above it, right? And then the one above that one, right? So check the 2 above it, right? That's how we're doing it, right? And we come here and we say board, and this is going to be row -2, and here it's going to be call, like so. And this is going to be current type, right? So you check the previous 2, and that works, right? And if this is the case, check this 2, and remember unary that. So check the previous 2, that's going to be the case. And if this is the case, what you want to do is get the new type, right? So basically the code is going to be exactly the same as this, right? No need to retype it, right? Come here and paste that, right? So what you do after that is just that, and that's going to be that. And then the current type is going to be, we also need to set the current type, right? We need to come here and set the current type. Come here and say current type is going to be the new type, right? So we reset the essentially current type that we set it, right? So that's going to be that, and we're going to do this and say dot empty, and this is going to be exactly the same here. So just reset the current type, right? So that when you're looping, it's a bit more efficient. Okay, we only copied current type there. Okay, let's type it out. Current type is going to be new type. It's going to complain, so we say dot empty, right? So now what you're doing now is you're making sure that when the board starts, there'll be no initial matches. Let's continue. Now, what you're going to do is we are going to create a folder for views, but they're not going to be very many. Let's just create that. Let's just come here and say new group, and this is going to be a new folder. We could say views, right? And what you're going to do with the views is we're going to create the actual views that we're going to use, right? Now, the actual views are going to be pretty straightforward. But before we do that, let's go back to our view model. And what we want to do in our view model is we would like to put up the functionality that is going to set up our board, right? We want to see our board as early as possible, right? Make sure that everything is working as it should. So let's just do that, right? So the first thing we're going to do is we are going to create the function that is going to set up our board, right? So we're going to come here and call and say func set up board, and set up board. What it's going to do is it's going to we're going to take the board and say self.board, and what we want to do is we could just say this is going to be an array, and this is going to be array, and now that I think about it, we could just come here and say this is going to be empty, right? Cut this out, cut this, then say that this board is going to be empty, right? Now in our setup board, this is going to be this, right? So it's going to be an array. It's going to check the type, make sure that the type is okay, and then fill it with that, right? So that's going to be that. And what we would like to do here is when we're setting up our board, we would like to have a bit of animation. So we could say with animation, and here hit this. Okay, let's just say with animation. What we'd like is going to be dot linear, or dot easin is out, right? Where is it? Let's just copy this. Copy this, right? Copy, come back here and say with animation, paste this, right? Come here, and in the closure, what we want to do is we want to call in the fill grid. We're going to call the fill grid, and then after we fill it, we want to prevent initial matches, right? So we fill the grid, then go over it and check whether the initial matches. So that's done. That's going to be our setup board. Fold it away. Command Option left, put it away. Now the next thing we need to start is going to be the game, right? That's going to be this, and then we say game start. And what we're going to do when we're setting the game is we're going to set the score to 0. Self.score is going to be 0. Come here and we say self dot game time. Game time is going to be, let's say, 30, and is playing is going to be set to true, like so, right? So that's going to be done. And then what we want to do here is we would like to come here and we say set up board, right? So from here we're going to call setup board, right? Now this is what you're going to be calling from the views, right? Now we come to views, and we would like to put in place where all the magic is going to happen, right? So we're going to come here and we say command N, create a new SwiftUI file, right? And this is going to be our file, and what this is going to have is going to be, we're going to call it the game button, right? Game button, right? So that's going to be that. And what you will notice is that all these are just different buttons, right? This is a button, this is a button, right? They're basically buttons, right? So these are all buttons, right? This is a button, this is a button, right? And you notice that when you try to switch them and they don't work, they first move into place and then move back. I do it happens pretty quickly. You could, if you want, slow it down, make it. I noticed that the appeal of this game actually is just making the user notice the animations, right? Sometimes the animations move so fast you barely notice them, right? Like it does that so quickly and you barely notice it, right? So that's what you're going to have. So we're going to have a bunch of buttons. All these are just 64 buttons, right? We're going to put 64 buttons on the screen, and we want to put the individual button, right? So what it's going to do here is it's going to take a couple of things. It's going to take the row and integer of where it's going to be. So we come in and say let row, and row is going to be of type integer. And maybe let's not put a preview here because it's pretty straightforward. We're going to see it in a few. This is going to be row and integer. Then we're going to say let call, and call is going to be int also. So these are the dimensions, right? The row and the row and the call are the dimensions. And then we're going to say let game is going to be type of game VM, right? We pass that in. And then we're going to say let geo, we use this to calculate the space available, right? Geo is going to be geometry proxy, like so. And then now we come to the view. For the view, this is just going to be a button, right? The button like so. And here, for now, we're going to do nothing. The function is not yet available. We have not yet created it. And here it's just going to be action like so. Action like so. Do that, we'll do something here. We'll process the particular view. But what we want now is going to be a rectangle, right? This is going to be a rectangle. And in the rectangle, we want the frame. The width, we could set it to nil. The height is going to be geo available from the space available dot size dot width, right? So that's what we're going to set it to. Then the foreground color, come here and say dot foreground, instead of foreground color, let's say foreground style. This is going to be color, and here we're just going to say color is going to be red. Color, this is going to be red, and here we want 241 or 242 over 255, like so. And not red, but red, like so. That's going to be that. Then after that, we're going to have the green, and the green is going to be 225 over 255, right? And then comma, and then we have the final one where it's going to be blue, and blue is going to be 213 over 255, right? That is done. And then we have a clip shape for it. It's going to be clip shape, and the shape in question is going to be rounded rectangle, like so. And this is going to be corner radius. The corner radius is going to be, let's say, not 9 but 8, like so, right? And here we're going to say dot overlay, and now we're going to put the overlay, and the content in question is going to be the image, right? So we check whether or not the cell is going to be empty, right? So if it's empty, we're not going to show anything else. We're going to show the actual SF symbol, right? So here we're just going to come and say image. No, we check first. If game.board, and here we want the row, and then we want the call. If this is not empty, what we'd want to do here is just say the image is going to be system name. System name is going to be, we could put this here. This is going to be game.board, and here we could have a row, and then we could have a call, right? And here where we get the name is going to be dot name, right? Dot name. Okay, let's just, did we put the name? Let's just jump. Let me just make sure. Come to utils, right? Oh, actually, we actually forgot to do that, right? So now in the icons actually have to have names, right? So let's actually put the names, right? Good time to put the names, right? Let's put them up here, right? For the SF symbols, I actually clean forgot to do this. Var name, and this is going to be a string, and we could just here switch on the self, switch self, like so. Then we're going to have all this, right? Now this is going to be for the empty, it's going to be this. For the triangle, it's going to be basically the name.fill, right? So just here and say this is going to be triangle.fill, like so. And for the circle, this is going to be same circle.fill, like so. For the square, it's going to be square.fill. For the heart, we're going to say heart.fill, right? Then we're going to have for the row, we're going to have, this is a bit more involved. This is going to be arrow, and you could get the SF symbol app, right? Okay, give us a second. Okay, so we come here and we say we want the arrow shape, right? So we have the arrow shape, and what we want for the row is going to be this one, right? But we don't want this one in particular. We want this one with the fill, right? So let's just say, yeah. So we come here, we copy the name, come here, paste it here, right? It's going to be arrow shape, left, arrow shape, right? Then you fill it, right? That's good. Right, now here, for the column, come here, this is going to be hazard sign dot fill. What that is going to be is it's going to put the hazard sign. Then for the bomb, let's do bomb first. Bomb is going to be actually column is going to be okay, that's not it. Column is going to be arrow up, or get whatever you like, right? Arrow up, arrow up, okay, arrow up. Okay, let's just make sure we get it correct, because it won't show if you get it wrong, right? So this is going to be arrow. We want the up and down one, right? So not this, but arrow up, arrow up, arrow down. This one, but the one with the circle in it, right? So that's what the one. That's the one I preferred, right? Up and down around the circle, right? This one. So this is what I actually want, right? Copy name, right? Come here, put it there, right? That's going to be that. Okay, that's good. The next thing is going to be for the bang, we want let's come here and search for radio waves. Okay, come here, say radio waves, right? And radio waves. Okay, this is what I came up with the idea for bang, right? There's no bomb, like, I don't know, I'm guessing Apple is concerned about maybe there's nothing that can communicate a bomb. Is there a stick of dynamite? Let's look for dynamite. Maybe dynamite is there, right? Let's just come here and search for dynamite, like dynamite. Okay, there's no explode. Let's search for explosion. Explosion. There's no explosion. There's no. Okay, fine. Let's just say hazard sign. I came up with that because like so, right? And for gift, I came up with the. You could go with a gift, but I prefer to have the ladybug dot fill, right? So these are the ones that you're going to have, and maybe if you play a bit, you could see some of them. Of course, you have to make the particular shape to see it, right? So let's see this, right? So you see we have the triangle. This is the hazard sign, that's the bomb. And if you do this, it blows up every cell around it. We have the ladybug, we have the column. This is the column. If we do this, that's what it's going to be. And you can combine them, right? If you combine them, you create hazard signs everywhere. And of course, hazard signs blow everything up. So it's going to take a very large scale. And then we finally have this one, which is going to be the row, right? So we do this. Okay. It clears out the row, right? So that's it. That's basically the row, right? These are the basic things that we have, right? Now let's go back to where we were, right? So now we do name. When you do name, it's not going to complain, right? When you actually do name, this is not going to complain, right? And we're going to have it resizable. So let's come and say dot resizable, like so. Then we say we scale it to fit, dot scale to fit, like so. Then we come in to say foreground style or color or whatever makes sense to you, foreground style. And this is going to be from the game dot board, and here we're going to say the row. Then we're going to have the color, or is it the call or the color? We call it call, right? And then to it we want the color, right? That's going to be the color. And we have a shadow dot shadow, like so. And here we're going to say color shadow, and for the color is going to be okay, let's just not radius, but we want the radius. Okay, radius is going to be, let's say 3, like so. Then we want the, okay, we could leave it like that, right? And then afterwards we put padding on it. We say dot padding, like so. Maybe put the padding 4 around it. And then after that, let's put this and then put this on the screen. And then when we see it, we are going to add the button style to make it more clickier, if that's a word, right? So that's done. The next thing we'd want to do is we would actually want to come here and create a game grid. So let's create a new SwiftUI file, and this one is going to be called a game grid, and the game grid is just going to contain the game button, right? So the game grid, we're going to come here and we're going to say this is going to be var game, like so, and game is going to be of type game VM, right? Then after that, we're going to have a lazy v grid, right? And here we could just come here to this, and this is going to be game VM, like so. Then we come here. What do we want? We want to make sure that we have a lazy v grid, right? Lazy v grid, like so, lazy v grid. And here for that, we're going to have the columns, and the columns is going to be we're going to have an array, and the array is going to have a repeating, and the repeating is going to be the grid item, and the grid item is going to have a spacing of 4. Let's come here and say spacing is going to be 4, like so, right? We have that. Then the count is going to be 8, right? And then afterwards we're going to say we have that, and let's just come here and do this, right? Ditch this. And then after that, we're going to say spacing is going to be 4. Come here in the closure, we're going to loop through and say for each, and we go from 0 all the way to, but not including, the game dot rows, like so. And then we come here and we say row in the closure. Then we loop through, we say for each, and we go from 0 all the way to, but not including, the game dot columns. And we come here and we say call in, or call in, whichever you want to say, call in. And here we're just going to have a geometry reader, like so. And we're going to come here, and in the closure we're going to say geo in, and here we're just going to say the game button, right? Game button, it requires a row, so we have our row. Then we have our call, the game is going to be the game, the geo proxy is going to be the geo, right? So we do that, and if we load this, maybe before that, okay, wait, come here, and here say we need to say dot aspect ratio, and this is going to be get rid of this, come here and say content mode is going to be dot fit, right? That's going to be that. And then what you're going to do is come here, do this, right? This here, and then after that we're going to come here and say dot padding, and padding is going to be, let's say this is going to be 12, like so. And we say dot background is going to be we want it to be purple, so we say purple, like so. And we could put an overlay, like we just come here and say dot overlay. And what's the content going to be? Hit this. So this is going to be, and we're just going to say overlay. For the overlay, we're just going to say, we're going to put a button. So we come here and say button, like so. And for the button, we're going to come here and maybe put an action, like so. That's going to be that. And here we're just going to say this is going to be a text, and the text is going to be pretty straightforward. It's just going to say game start, right? And we want this to be bold. We say this is going to be bold. We want this to be, the font to be large, so we say large title. Come here, say we want it to have a bit of padding on it, padding. And then we say dot foreground style is going to be dot white, background going to be dot purple, and corner radius For now, we're going to use corner radius. This is going to be 8, right? So we do this, and I think we have everything we need. Okay, still maybe there's something we do not have or we have not done. But anyway, we have that, and let's figure out how we can proceed from there. Let's go back to our game VM, and the issue is that our board here. Let's just come to setup board. What we want to do is make sure that we fill it with, let's come here, copy this, and make sure it's filled with the empty, right? Then go back to our game grid, right? And now if we do this, we're going to get this, right? Now you see we have our buttons, right? We have our very many clicky buttons, right? And they look good, but let's try and see if we can actually get it to work, right? So let's go back to our game VM, and I think it's game start, right? Let's go back here and we say game grid, and for our button, let's just say game start. We do this. This should be okay for now. Let's do this, and we hit this, and okay, this doesn't disappear, right? But we do get all our buttons, right? Now you see we do have our buttons on the screen, right? And we can click each and every one of them, right? And you will notice two things. You'll notice that okay, I already see a problem, right? Can you see the problem? We have 3 in a row here, right? So there's something wrong with the prevent matching, right? We should go and make sure. And this is going to be 3 in a row, right? So there's something wrong with our code for matching 3 in a row. Let's have a look at that. Let's continue. Now, the thing that you'll notice is that we do have an instance of where we have 3 in a row of the same color when we initialize, right? So this is after we press the game start, right? If we could maybe make a change, come here, say, get rid of this and then say row in. You'll see after we get this, we're going to get the, after we hit this, there's a possibility that we might get 3 in a row. I can't see any 3 in a row there, but the previous one had 3 in a row, right? So we're going to have a check, and I'm going to explain why this happens and how we'll solve it. We'll solve it in the future. Right now, we're just going to try and minimize the number of 3 in a rows. But what we want to do is how it works, or what happens is that, if we could come here, is that because they don't know about each other, the horizontal and the vertical, right? So what it could be is that, let's say that we have this 2 blue, and to solve this, or let's do it like this, right? Let's have it as black. Let's just reset them all to black, right? Let's reset them all to black, right? So let's say we have blues here. Let's say we have a blue, then we have another blue, or rather, let's move it down, right? Let's move it down. It will make more sense if we move it down. Let's say we are here, right? So we have blue. Let's say we have a blue, then we have another blue, and for the third one, we also have a blue, right? So we have a blue. Then we check here, and we notice that we have, when we're doing the horizontal loop, right, we find out that we have 3 blues, so we need to change this, right? So we come here and we pick the first color, and this color is going to be red, right? But then when we're doing the vertical, we might have checked everything, and the top 2 might already be, when you're doing the vertical, this might have been previously yellow, right? Yellow. Then when we're doing the next sweep, we find that these are red, or rather this might have been actually blue, and then this were 2 reds, right? This is also red. Let's make this red, right? So we have 2 reds here. Then we loop through horizontally, and we find that we have 2 yellows in a row. So we need to change this, and the next color is going to be red, right? So that's going to be this. So after you maybe loop vertically, then loop horizontally, you might inadvertently create matches where none should exist, right? So this is why we find that we actually might have a situation where if, when you're just laying out the board, that we might have matches that are, what are they called? We might be laying out the board, and then we might have matches that are that are three, like we might have three matches, right, in a row. Because when you lay it out, when you check for horizontal and then you check for vertical, remember they are horizontal and vertical matches. So this is also a possibility. But we're going to put in checks later on to stop this from happening, right? So that's why I knew you might find a situation where, okay, now it's not there, but previously it was. So it's because of how the loop starts. There's a possibility. Let's look. Is there any that we got? Okay, in this situation, we didn't get any three, right? But what we're going to do is we're going to check if there are any matches, right? We're going to be writing that code, right? So what you're going to do is, if there are any matches, what you're going to do is we're going to run the code again. Basically, that's what we're going to do, right? So until we get to the situation where the user doesn't have three in a row, right? So that's one thing we're going to do, right? But before we get to that, let's just add a bit of functionality and animation to this, right? A lot of this is just ensuring that the animations are on point, right? So what that looks like is, let's go to the utils, right? And in the utils, what we want to do is just come here and we say struct, and this is going to be custom button style, and this is going to be button style, right? Button style like so, and we're going to come here and we say make body like so. And we come here and we're just going to get the configuration dot label, and we could maybe make it bold, say dot bold, then say dot scale effect, what we actually want to do, scale effect, and this is going to be config. It's going to be dependent on whether or not you've pressed it, right? Configuration dot is pressed, right? Now if it's pressed, we're going to make it larger by 1.3 or 1.3, right? Else we're going to do it by 1, right? And then we come here and we say dot animation like so, and here we're going to say we want it to animate on we say spring like so, spring, okay, spring like so, and the value we want is going to be dependent animation animation, and we say value, right? The value you want to animate on is going to be configuration dot is pressed, right? Now we want to apply this to every single button, right? So how we do that is we come to our game grid, and actually our game button, right? Let's jump to our game button, and what we want to do here is okay, where does this end, right? So what we want here is to come here and we say dot button style, and this is going to be custom button style, right? Or whatever we call our custom button style, right? So this is going to apply this to our particular button, right? So that's going to be that. And let's come back to our game grid, make sure everything is tickety boo, run this, find it, and okay, wait, okay, I don't know why it flashed, but yeah, let's see. And I can't see any three matches, or maybe you might have to look also horizontally, right? So let's hit this, and the buttons, you see that the buttons have a bit more spring to them when you press them, right? So the buttons do have a bit more spring to them when you press them. So that highlights the user pressing the button, right? So that is one change you could make, and let us proceed from there. Let's continue. Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to create the function, and the job of this function is going to be to fill out, to mark all the matches, right? So now, before you start moving the pieces off the board, we would need to create a checkerboard or another board. This one is going to be filled with true or false, right? Now, what you're going to do is we're going to check if you are next to the next cell, we're going to put true, right? So basically what it's going to look like, if we could come here, right? So let's just make everything blue first. Okay, blue, or rather everything black first. Let's just make it black. Let's try and make them all black, right? So we're going to get everything as black, right? And then what we would do is we would pick every single cell, and in this cell, what we would do is we would mark them if we find that the cell next to you is the same as this one, right? If this one is yellow and this one is yellow and this one is, we find a situation where we have three yellows, right? So if we have 3 yellows, we're going to create another board, which is going to be filled with true and false, and we're going to say true, 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 right? This is going to be useful when we are looping through to remove the cells from the board, right? And this is a bit analogous to, remember, if you have done my chess, if you've looked at my chess video, what we did is we did the same multidimensional array. We used ranks and rows to put the indexes in place. However, we had the same board where we just had true and false, right? So we recreate the same board, because if you think about it, this is just a chessboard because it's an 8x8 piece. We recreate the same board, but now instead of putting the icons on top of it, we put true or false, right? So we're going to put mark trues and trues, and then we're going to loop through again to check whether or not there are 3 trues in a row going horizontally or 3 trues in a row going vertically, right? So that's basically what we want to do. So let's do that. So let's just come back here, and this function is going to be called, this is going to be a really, really big view model because everything is basically going to be done here. And this one is going to be called func. We're going to call it mark matches, right? And we're going to pass in the checklist, and the checklist is something we're going to create, and this is just going to be it's going to be modified, right, to make it true or false. And what it's going to have is, like I said, it's just going to be filled initially. It's going to be filled all false, then when we get trues, we get 3 in a row, we mark them as true, right? So we loop through and we say for 0 rows, right? And here we're checking for the horizontal matches, and we say for 0 columns, right? And what we want to do is loop through the columns, right? And we say, and instead of looping through the entire, or rather for row, right? For row in, and then for column in, right? So this is going to be this, right? Now there's another optimization we could make, right? What you need to do is, we don't need to loop through all the, if you're checking for horizontal matches, you don't need to loop through all the columns, right? So you have to loop until, if you think about it, let's just have a look at this, right? So supposing we're here, right? So let's just make this as all black. So what you'll notice is that you do start from here, and we loop through and we check, does this one, obviously this is out of bounds, so it's not going to work, right? Does this one have 2 to the left of it? No. Does this one? No. Does this one? No. Does this have 2 to the left of the same color? No. 2 here, 2 here. When you get here, it doesn't make sense to check, to continue looping 2 more, right? Like if you're looking, for example, the 2 next, right? In this case, we're looking the 2 next, right? So here we would start and check, does this one have 2 next to it that are the same color? And we check that no. In this case, let's assume it's all false, right? So it's no, 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 no. When we get here, it doesn't make sense to check the next 2. Why? Because you're going to go out of bounds, right? Because if you check here, there's only 1 cell. So if it's false, 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 false until you get here, there's no way you can get 3 in a row from index 6 here, right? When you're checking horizontally. Same thing as vertically, right? So basically that, right? So instead of looping through all the columns, we could save ourselves a bit of time by coming here and wrapping this and subtracting the last 2 like that, right? So that is basically it, right? And then we're going to get the cell. So we say let's type, and this is going to from the actual cell. So that's going to be board. And what are we going to have on the board? We're going to have the row. Then we're going to have the call. So we have the type of the actual cell, right? The row and call. And then after that, we check if, and because of how the cascading and the falls are going to be, there's a possibility that it might be empty. It's probably going to be very hard that this happens, but let's just say that we will try as much as possible as this not to happen. But let's say that this is going to happen, right? So we say if type is not empty, right? This might happen if, for example, you have multiple bombs, right? I realize that the way we have programmed it, that there's a possibility that if you can get to a certain place where you create very many bombs, right? Where you merge the ladybug with, I believe, a bomb, you do create a lot of bombs, or a ladybug and something. You create a lot of bombs, and this may make the cells explode in ways that you don't understand. So just this check is very important, right? You might be looping through a special cell and find that it's already empty, right? So the type is not empty, and what we want is going to be the board. We check the one to the front of it, which is going to be board row, board col, and this is going to be column plus 1 because we're checking horizontal, right? It's going to be type, right? And the one after that, which is going to be row, and then this is going to be col plus 1 plus 2, right? Because it's going to be 2 ahead of this is going to be type, right? So if you do find that we have 3 in a row, what you want to do is you want to mark them on our checklist. Come to our checklist and say, checklist, remember, is a multi-dimensional array, right? So this is going to be row, and this is going to be column. Is it col? We call it col, right? Row and col, and this one is going to be marked as true, like so. And then we're going to come here, hit Command D, and then hit Command D, right? And this is going to be col plus 1. We're going to mark them on the checklist, col plus 1, right? And then we're going to come here and we say is match is match. We could set is match here. Is match is going to be set to true, right? So we do that, and then afterwards we come here and we fold this away, and then we do the same, right? We say for row in 0 all the way to, but not including, rows minus 2, right? For col in columns, right? Why are we doing rows minus 2? Exactly the same as you'd imagine, right? So if you come false, 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 if you come here, there's no possibility that the next 2 are going to be the same, are going to be trues, right? Are going to be the same color, right? So it's not possible. So if this is the case, what you just do is stop looping once you get to a position where it's not possible for the current cell to have 2 ahead of it of the same color, right? So that's one thing you could think about, right? So let us go back. Okay, so we could borrow the code, right? Because it's gonna look a lot like this, right? So we get the type, right? Copy, come here, paste, right? So if this is the case, okay, and this is going to be 0 all the way to not including, come here, wrap this, columns minus 2, wrap that, right? So that's going to be that, and then we get the type. That's going to be the type, and what we want to do is we need to check this, right? If basically this, right? So we need to come here. It's going to work exactly the same, right? And what you're going to check here is that it's not empty, and that the board here, remember, we're dealing with the we're going down, or we're checking here, we're checking horizontally, here we're checking vertically, right? So this is the case, and row plus 1, and here we come and do this, and then this is going to be row plus 2, right? Same practically, right? Then we come here, do this, come here, do this, and this is going to be row, then this is going to be row plus 1, the exact opposite of that, right? And then row plus 2, right? So that we check the next 2. So if we have done this, this means that we can now loop through our game grid and create another multi-dimensional array, which is going to have true and false, and this is going to be useful when we want to withdraw cells from we want to clear cells, right? We want to clear cells, right? So this is important. Now we have our mark matches. The next one is we want to check the possibility of there being a dead board, right? Now a dead board is how we could describe it, is when we have no possible matches, right? So it's not possible to have matches. We have just generated random cells to the point where there's no situation where we have 2 in a row that we can use to match, right? So if that is the case, what we want to do is come here and we say func check dead, and we just want to check this to ensure that whenever a user tries to run, that there is a possibility of getting a match, right? So this one is just going to return a boolean to let us know whether or not, if this is the case, if it returns true, we need to rejig the board. We need to do something to the board to make it generate possible cells to match, right? So we don't want a situation where the user we need to shuffle it. That's what the word I was looking for. We need to shuffle it. So before we shuffle it, we need to make sure that we can check whether or not that there is a possibility of there being matches, right? So we come here and we say for row in, and this is another way you could loop, right? So you could loop through. We know that it's an 8x8 board, right? But what you could do is you could get every single row, right? So this is going to be the row, and then we could say for cell in row, right? So this is another way you could loop through, right? Get all the rows and all the columns, or you could get the row and then inside the rows loop through every single one of them, right? So that's also a possibility. And then what we want to do is we want to switch on the cell, right? And this is going to be switch on the cell, right? So what we want to do is we say it's going to complain, and what we want to do is first let's just hit this, and we're going to get all possible cases, right? So what we want to do is there are a number of things we want to check. We're not going to deal with empty, and the reason we're going to deal with empty is because we're going to have another function whose job it is to get rid of the empties, right? So we know that there's no possibility that the empty can be a problem. We'll be dealing with that. So that's that, right? Now, if we have triangle, that is not the first thing we should dismiss. What you're trying to do here is to save ourselves on time, right? We want to dismiss it. If a user has a row, a column, a bang, a bomb, or a gift, that means that they can make a match because these cells can interact with any other cell and with themselves also, right? So for example, if you come and get, if you have a row, a column, a bang, a bomb, and a gift, that means that you just need to move it to the next cell that it's adjacent to. The bomb will explode it, the gift will do something, the column will clear the column, and the row will do the same, right? And the bang I think looks for the L adjacent, right? So the bang will do something also. So right, so if any of them are not available, just return. If any of them are available, just return false, right? So what you could do is you could come for our 4 primaries, right? Or our 4 core, as we call them, right? If this is the case, what we want to do is get rid of them, right? And these ones can interact with any cell. So since they are exactly the same, we could just get rid of all of them like so, right? And then we say case.row. Then we come here and we say dot column. Then we put a comma and say dot bomb. Then we put a comma and we say dot gift. And then we put another one dot, I believe, bang, right? So that's going to be row, column, bomb, gift, and bang, right? Now in this case, if this is the case, what we want to do is just return false, right? Because this can interact with any, return false. Okay, super. Now the default, what's the default going to be? The default is going to be, for now, continue. Okay, so that is going to be that. And what we want to do is, if you ever come here, just loop through the board, check, is there any of this special power-ups if they're there? And another thing you could do is you could put this, but I think this is the only place we use it, right? So what you could do is you could check for whichever cell, and just like we have, let's go to utils, right? Just like we have core, you could write that one, we call it like special, right? And then say return, create a static function for checking specials, right? But this is the only place we're going to use it. This one you're going to use a number of places. That's why I created a static function for it, right? So another option is to just do it like that, right? Many ways to skin a cat, right? Although I'm sure Peter doesn't like that saying, right? So where were we? Okay, now the next thing we need to do is this is done. So let's just fold this away. Okay, that is done, right? Now the next situation where we don't have any bang, we don't have any bang, gift, bomb, column, or row, right? What do? We loop through the rows. So we say for row in 0 all the way to rows, loop through that. And then we say for col in 0 all the way to columns, like so, right? This is the other way of looping, right? And then we say let current, we could just do this, right? Look pretty much the same, right? So we do this, and what this is going to be is we need to check basically check potential for a match by swapping the right cell, right? We just need to check potential of the match by swiping the right cell, right? So we come here and we say if col is less than columns -1 within bounds, and icon type dot core contains type, right? We called it type, right? Type, if this is the case, and icon type dot core dot contains, and what do you want to check is contained? That is the board, and this is going to be the row, and this is going to be the column plus one. Is it call plus one, right? So we check this, and if this is the case, we come here and we say, so basically check, is it in bounds, and is the cell in question among the ones that we can match with, and then we check whether the next one is also among the ones that we can match with. That's what we do, right? The cell to the right for potential matching, but you know, as always, we need 3 cells to match, right? So if this is the case, what we need to do next is check the cell to the left, right? So we come here and we say if, and we come here and we check the column is within bounds, or we called it col is within bounds, that is col is greater than 0, right? And icon type dot core dot contains, and what does it contains? It contains board row cell to the left, right? Col -1, right? And if this is the case, right, or we check also at the same time, we could do it all in a single line, or the cell to the right of the right? So what we do is we check the cell. We have a cell, right? Let me just show you what we're doing, right? We have this cell. Let's pick this cell here, right? So we check its color, which see that it's blue, right? What we want to check is we want to check the cell to the left, then we want to check the cell to the right, then we want to check the cell to the right's right? So these are the 3 checks we're going to check: left, right, and check if all 3 are the same, or if there's at least a 3 match, right? If that is the case, and the reason we're doing to the right's right is to stop us from you could only check the left and right? But this is a bit more efficient, right? Okay, let's just go back, and here, or we check that col is going to be less than columns -2, and here we're going to say icon type.core.contains, like so, right? Let's see. Okay, come here, copy, and come here. This is going to be that, and that's going to be this col plus, instead of 1, this is going to be 2, right? That's going to be that, and come here, and the next one is going to be, we need to return true, right? So we return true, right? So we check that, and if that's the case, we return true, right? And after that, we need to come here and do the same for the cell above, the cell below, and then the cell 2 steps below, right? So repeat the trick again, right? So we come here and we say if row is less than rows -1, right? And icon type.core contains current type, or what did you call it? Call it type, right? Contains type, right? So that's going to be, we contain the type, contains type, and another and the same, but here instead of this, we say this is going to be col, because the col doesn't change. Here we just say row +1, right? So check the cell above, right? No, here what we're doing is we're checking the current type, and then after this we check the cell below matches, right? That's going to be the row plus one. So now we check that the cell below matches, right? The cell below matches. And then after we check that the cell below matches, we need to check that the cell above matches, right? So we do that. Then after that, we say if, and we come here and we say we're going to have row, and this is going to be row is greater than 0, right? Row is greater than 0, and come here, say this is going to be contains row minus 1. We're trying to go the cell, here it's going to be the cell below, so here we need to be the cell above, right? So this is going to be row minus 1, then this is going to be call instead, right? If row is greater than 0 and that, right, that's going to be matches, or we need to say to make sure that the cell below matches, right? Just like we went right, we want to go down, right? So we come here and we say this is going to be row is going to be less than rows minus 2, and what we want to do is just come here and say icon type, like so, icon type dot core dot contains, and what do we contain? We want to contain board, like so, and this is going to be row plus 2. The call remains the same, right? Call remains the same. So that's going to be that, and then we're going to come here, board row plus. This is supposed to be plus, right? So it's going to be plus, like so, and then we come here and we're going to return true, right? And if none of this are hit, right, come here and just return. Okay, let's see, this is going to be that, right? If none of this are hit, just come here and return false, right? If we get here, that means that we can't get any matches. We just return false, right? So this is what the check does. It just makes sure that the board doesn't have any special power-ups. Then it checks the board to the left, then it checks the board to the right, and whether all three of them are the same, and then just to save us some time, checks the one to the right of the right, and sees if there's any potential match. Then after that, it does the same vertically. It checks the cell above if it's available. Then it checks the cell below and see all three of them match. And just in case that this is the beginning of the match, the current cell that we're on is the beginning of the match, we go below and then below again, right? So we see if we have a 3 match, right? So that's that. So that is going to be our checkDead function. Now we want to create a function, and the job of this function is it's pretty straightforward, but it's going to be very niche, right? This one is going to be used when you match 2 ladybugs, right? So and it's not really hard, right? It's going to be the situation where you match 2 ladybugs, and if you match 2 ladybugs, we're going to clear out all the cells and give you marks, right? So you're going to clear out all the cells and give you marks, right? So what that looks like is going to be called func clear all, and the reason I'm doing it now is that explaining it is it's pretty straightforward. It's really easy to get, right? Is match is going to be set to true, right? And then we're going to come here and we say with animation, right? And hit this. And what we want to do, maybe we could come here and we say this is going to be dot ease in, ease out, right? Like so. And here we just want it to be 0.4, like so. And we're just going to say the board. How do you reset everything? The board is going to be an array. The board is going to be in its initial state, right? So what that looks like is like when you're setting up the board, right? So that's going to be that, right? So basically that, and then you're going later on when you're adding scores, we're going to add the score and increment and do all manner of things, right? So this is just going to be the clear all function, and it's pretty straightforward, easy to define, and that, right? Now the next thing we want to do is we want to create a function, and the job of this function is going to be to add a delay before running something, right? So the phone does things pretty fast. If you let it do everything instantly, the user won't even notice that cells will be removed from the board with little animation. Essentially we want time to pass before something happens so that the user can notice it, right? If we just yank it off the screen, the user won't notice it, right? So since we're going to be doing this a bunch of times, I've created a helper function, right? And we could just come here and say this is going to be func run, and it's going to be exactly what you think it is. So we could call it run function with delay, right? What this is going to do is it's going to take the seconds, right? Delay, and this is going to be the time interval, right? Time interval, like so. And then we're going to have the function to run. We can't call it function, right? We say function to run, and here we're going to say at escaping, like so, and at escaping, and we just want to do this, and then return to us nothing, like so. And we come here, and we're going to have the timer, like so. Scheduled timer with scheduled timer, like so. And here we come and we say with interval, and that's going to be the delay. Repeats is going to be false, and the block in question is going to be this, and we could say underscore in. And here we just want to make sure that when this is called, we just have the function to run, right? So function to run, like so, we need to do that, right? So this is just going to be create a timer that fires once after the specified delay, and then runs a particular function, right? So this is going to be very useful, right? And instead of calling it run, let's call it a run, like so, right? So that's that, and we can proceed from there. Proceed. Now, the next thing we want to do is we would like to set the order of how we detect cells that are matched is very important, right? Let me explain, right? So for example, if we have a situation where we have, let's say all these cells in this row are marked blue, right? If you loop through and you only pick the ones that are marked at least 3 cells as blue, you're going to miss out potential larger marks, right? Like we should go for essentially the greedy approach, right? The first thing that we should run is check whether or not all the cells are marked blue, right? That allows us to get a bigger gift, or rather a bigger reward, than if we check only 3 cells, right? So in this case, if we were looping through the cells and we checked the cells from 0 to 7 and all of them are marked blue, right? If we only check the first 3, we'll loop through 1, 2, 3, then we are going to give the user points for this 3, and then we're going to unmark this 3, make this 3 black, and then we're not going to notice that there is a potential for a higher possible reward, right? So in such a situation, what you should do is you should go with the maximum, right? Default to the maximum, or what is known as the greedy approach, right? So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to check, are 5 or more cells, because if you get more than 5 matches in either a row, either horizontally or vertically, you're going to get the ladybug, and the ladybug will give you will allow you to do a couple of special things, right? So what we should do first is we should check whether or not you qualify for the ladybug, and the ladybug is only available if you maybe get the first 5 matches, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if you match all this, you get access, the potential to get the ladybug, right? Same with 6, same with 7, same with 8, right? There's no special ladybug if you get. Maybe you could create, if you want, you could maybe make changes, like if you match all the cells in a row, which is going to be hard because it's generated randomly. But if you mark all, maybe you get a special, different type of ladybug that does even more special things, right? That's that, right? Now the next thing is if you match 4, right? So that's 5, right? So if you match 4, like so, right? Let's just make this black, right? So if you match at least 4, what you do is you get the icon for clearing the row, right? This means that you're going to get an icon that is going to allow you to clear the row, right? And you can move it to the row above it or the row below it, or even use it on the current row, right? So that's another possibility. If you get at least 4 in a row, you could match it, right? So if you don't do that, right? If you don't do that, wait, we had actually put 5 in a row, right? So if you get 4 in a row, right? If you get 5 in a row, you get the ladybug, right? But if you get 4 in a row, you get the one for clearing. And if you get 3 in a row, which is the actual game, you just get points, right? So the order of how we do it is, I've explained why we have to do it like that. We have to start with checking for 5, 6, or 7. That is index 5, 6, or 7, or 6, 7, or 8 matches. Then afterwards, 5, 6, or 7, right? 5, 6, 7, or 8 matches. That's one. Next, we check whether or not we have 4 matches for the row. Then we check whether we're just giving points, right? Same thing vertically, right? For vertically, what you're going to do is if you get all 8, okay, what color? Okay, if you get all 8, what that means is that you get the ladybug. If you get 1, 2, 3, 4, if you get the first 5, if you get all 8 until here, you get the ladybug. Else, if you get 4, you get the column, the one that is used to clear the column. If you get 3, you just get points, right? So if you get this 3, you just get points, right? So you're going to write the function that is going to default, that is going to do the greediest part, right? And this function is going to be, its job is going to be to loop through and get the 5, 6, or 7, or 8, both horizontally and vertically. Now, the first function you're going to do is going to be func check and mark special matches like so. And what we're going to do here is we're going to take the checklist, and this is going to be a multi-dimensional array, as you know. Okay, not that checklist. And okay, let's just copy it from okay, let's just copy this, right? That's what it's going to be. It's going to be the actual checklist. Let's come here, do this, do that, right? Now we have our checklist, and what we're going to do is we're just going to check and mark the special ones. And this one is going to, in particular, this one is going to try and check and mark more than 4, right? More than 4. So what we want to do is it's going to have a couple of helper functions, and since we're going to call those helper functions, let us mark them first, right? So let's come here, and the first one is going to be func set special horizontal, special cell horizontal, right? Special cell horizontal. And the job of this function is going to be the one that gives us the ladybug, right? So we get this, and what it's going to do is it's going to go from, which is going to be an integer. So this is going to be from column, from integer. So when it's setting horizontal, you're traveling through columns, right? And this is going to be 2, which is going to be integer, which is also going to be a column. And the row in question is also going to be an integer, right? So we're going to take those 3. And here what we're going to do is we are going to have with animation, let's just come here and say with animation, and the animation hit this. And what we want here is going to be the let's make this dot ease in out like so, and this is going to be 0.4. And we're going to go here and we're just going to say for call in from dot to, okay, let's name them, let's say from column, let's call them that, from column, so it can be a bit more obvious when we're looking back and knowing what we're writing. It's going to be from row, not row, but this, from column and to column, right? So we do this, right? And what we want is for call in from column, and we go all the way to column like so. And we're just going to come here, and what you're going to do is just have the board, and we're going to have the board, and we're going to have the row, and we're going to have the column, we call it call, right? And we're going to set it to empty, right? So we set it to empty like so. And we just come here and we say from, this is going to be row, and this is going to be to column, right? And this is going to be set to gift like so, right? So that's going to be that. So that's going to create our ladybug, right? So since we have this, we want to also create a function, and the job of this function is going to be to clear the cell, right? So after we set it to this, what we want to do is we want to clear the checklist, right? Now we could do it, we could all do it here, or we could, even better, we could come here and we create a function that is going to do that, right? So we say func clear check list horizontal, right? Horizontal, right? Like so. And what it's going to take is it's going to take all these things, right? So it's going to take all this because it's going to do pretty much that, right? Come here, do this like so. Come here, do this, right? With animation. And when you're clearing the checklist, you're not really interested in the animation. So what we would be interested in this is going to be, right? Clear checklist, right? What we'd want is to, it would also require the checklist, right? So here we would come and we would also want, in particular, we would want the checklist, right? So we would come here and we say we want this particular checklist, right? So it needs to be passed in because that's what is going to be cleared, right? And then here, what you're going to do is we are going to say for column column in from column all the way to and including, this is the big difference, to column. What we want to do is set the checklist here. We want to say the checklist, didn't we put it? Okay, the checklist should be here, right? Actually, I put it in the wrong place. The checklist should be here, right? So let's cut that, come here, put a comma, paste that, right? So the checklist is going to be there. And what we want to do here is just set the checklist, come here, say checklist like so. And this is going to be our row like so. And we call it column here, right? And we just want to set this to false, right? So in our checklist, we're going to go through all of them and set them to false, right? Now there is a slight difference, as you notice here. Only the cells, the very last cell horizontally, right, is going to be given the gift, right? So what you're going to do is, in case, let me just show you where is this, right? So we have this, right? So if this entire cell, let's say all this is filled and it's going to be, let's say all of it is going to be blue, right? So all this from here to here is going to be set to empty, right? So this is going to be set to empty. And then this one is going to get the ladybug or the gift, right? So that's going to be that, right? So these are all going to be set to empty. Then this is going to be set to be the ladybug, right? So that's what you're doing here, right? So for all of them, except the last one, set them to empty. The last one, put the gift. Now it's a stylistic choice, right? So if there are more than 4, where do you put it? Do you put it where it has been inserted or at the very end of them, right? Now, getting it where it was inserted is a bit, okay, it was a bit trickier. So this is the compromise that I did, right? So I put it at the very end. And I do the same also for the horizontal. Now, the thing with the horizontal is good. Horizontal, it's very easy to hide this, right? Because cells are affected by, we create a sort of gravity. If there's no cell under you, you go to that cell, right? So it doesn't matter where you insert it, right? Because it's going to fall eventually. If you clear everything above it, and it was maybe inserted into the second row, it's still going to fall to the lowest row, right? So it doesn't matter for the vertical, right? Okay, let me just explain it a bit better, right? So for example, we have all this, right? Let's say we have all this, right? Let's say it doesn't go all the way to the end. And we say we want it to be blue or red. Okay, fine, red. Let's see, right? So if we clear everything else, then insert the ladybug into this particular cell. Since all these cells are going to be cleared, we're going to add a sort of physics that is going to make sure that this eventually just moves in the next, it's going to move to the bottommost cell that is not occupied, right? So these 2 cells are occupied. Let's say these 2 cells are occupied. It's going to move down here. But now when you're dealing with horizontally, you don't have the same gravity, right? Because presumably there's a cell underneath it, right? So those are the things that you need to think of, right? So in our case, what I'm doing is you could, if you want, and you would see exactly how you would do it. You could, if you want, insert the cell into the particular position where it was swapped in, right? The particular position. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put it at the rightmost, right? I'm going to put it there, right? Okay, that's, I think, understood. Now we need to do the same for, this is vertical. We need to do the same for horizontal, right? So we set special cell horizontal. Let's just come here. Let's copy this, right? Copy this, do the same. Come here, paste this. And this is going to be from row rather than column. From, okay, special cell vertical instead of horizontal. Come here. Say this is going to be vertical, like so. And this is going to be from row, like so, which is going to be an integer, to row, which is also going to be an integer, right? And this is going to be, instead of row, we're going to have column, right? Now this is going to be everything. Okay, let's just do that, right? This is going to be column. This is going to be everything we need, right? And the next thing we need to do is we need to move from, instead of col, this is going to be from row to from row to row, right? So that's going to be that, like so, right? And then this is just going to be saying it's going to be set to board row column is going to be set to empty, right? From this should be column, right? Column, rather. Column, right? So this should be that. And then what we want here is to go all the way from this to column, and this is going to be to row. Let's say to row, right? To row, like we did up here, right? Row here, so it's going to be to row, and this is going to be column, right? So that's that, and that's going to be the same essentially. And now we want to do the same for the vertical, right? So come here, and what we want is to come here and we do this, right? And what we want to do is clear this, and this is going to be vertical. Just come in and say vertical, like so. And here we're going to have from row, right? From row to from row, and this is going to be to row. And then we're going to have to row. Then we're going to have a column here. Let's say column. And then the checklist is going to be the same, right? So here we're going to have from, instead of column, we're going to switch out and make this row, like so. Then you're going to say from row, come here, say row, like so. And then to row, right? So now we do that, and then we set that to be the same, right? So that's all done. Now we need to figure out how we can call it up here, right? So how we do that is pretty straightforward. So we need to check for vertical matches, right? For vertical special matches, right? So we loop through, we say for column or col in 0 all the way to, but not including the columns. Let's do that, right? That's the first one. And we have our match length, var match length. Remember, the match length has to be more than 5. If it's below 4, we're going to make it either the column to destroy columns or rows, right? So that is something you should be aware of. Match length is going to be start off as 0, right? And then afterwards we loop through the rows. We say for row in 0 all the way to rows, like so, right? And here we check if checklist, and remember the checklist is going to run fast, so we check whether or not it has a match already, right? Row, and here it's going to be column, right? If, and remember the checklist is going to be initiated as being false all through, right? So if checklist row column, that means that if checklist row is going to be true, right? So what we're going to do here is just say match length is going to be 1, right? So we have found at least 1, right? So we want to continue. Else, if this is not the case, we else we check if we have hit 5, right? So if there isn't a true check, if we have hit 5, we say if match length, like so, is going to be greater than or equal to 5. And what we want to do here is just say clear checklist checklist cells, like so. And we want to go, if it's greater than 5, we want to go from row minus match length, right? So that you can know how many rows there are, 2 row minus 1, and the column in question is just going to be column, and the checklist in question is we're going to pass it through. So we say ampersand checklist, right? So if that is the case, if we have gotten more than 5 matches, and maybe you've gone to 5 and then you have hit a false, that means that we've gotten 5 in a row. So pass it on to the next level, right? So we do that, and then after that we need to call set special cells, right? Okay, so what we want to do is we want to say set special cells, and here we are dealing with since we're going from row to row, we are dealing with vertical, right? So this should be yeah, we're dealing with vertical, right? So this should be set special cells vertical. Now from row, it's going to be the same, row minus match length, like so, to row. This is going to be row minus 1, and column in question is going to be the column, right? And then afterwards, after we do this, we're maybe going to say set the score, right? And then after this, we're going to set here, we're going to set the score. Then we're going to say after this, just set the match length to be 0, right? So that's going to be that, and it's done, right? Now we're going to check here that maybe there's an instance that this cell goes into, let me show you the example, right? So supposing we get 5 cells, right? So let's just come here and do this. Supposing we, okay, I was going for the, let's go for the black, right? So supposing we get this, we get the first checks that we have 5 cells, like so, right? So we come here and we fight with, okay, not black, but let's say blue, right? So we loop through and we find 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So and then we come here, it's going to be true, 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 and then check all of them are the same, and then find here it's going to be false, right? So in such a situation, we have found 5 in a row, we can put a ladybug here, right? But what if instead of that we get the same 5? Instead of that, what if the same 5 look like this, right? Let's make this. What if the same 5 okay, it needs to start here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So this is going to be that. So we color fill, and the color in question is going to be blue, right? So in such a situation, right, we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, and we are never going to strike the situation where if the match length is at the end, there's a possibility that we might not get to the false situation, right? Because it's not going to come back. The code is not going to come back and check whether we have found a false next to it to trigger the situation where the match length is greater than 5 and then it's terminated, right? So in such a situation, what we should do is we should, if we do run into that, we should run another check to check if the ladybug is to be put at the end, because there's no false to terminate our loop, right? I hope that is understood. Okay, so that is going to be that, and after this we're just going to come here and we say after you loop through, now check for the after that what you're going to do is check if match length, meaning that we never fell into over here, right? So we check if match length is going to be greater than or equal to 5. That means we have gotten one at the very edge, right? We're going to say clear checklist, like so, and yeah, we can just call this, right? I think it looks pretty much the same. Let's just copy this and come here and paste this, right? That's going to be that, right? And what we're going to do here is going to be, let's see, this should be inside here, right? Let's just come cut this, and it's going to be after the else, right? This should be, we are going to get the this, then this is going to be the else, and right? So I think it's supposed to be here, right? If I'm not wrong, right? So we do that, and then we proceed. Okay, let's continue. Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to, this should be outside the block, right? It should run outside the loop, right? So let's come to the end of the loop here, and then paste this here, right? And we should check that this is going to go from rows, right, to match.length, because it's going to all the way to the end, right? And the to row is going to be rows minus 1, right? And the column is going to be the same, and that's going to be the same, right? And here we're just going to put rows like so, and this is going to go all the way to rows like so, and then we pass in the column, right? So that's going to be that, right? That is done. And what we need afterwards is to now loop through the other side, right? So we have done vertical, let's do horizontal, right? And so we say for row in, and we're going to go all the way from 0 to, but not including, rows like so. And what we want to do next is we're going to have the match length. So let's set the match length. So let's just come here and we get this, right? Get that, paste that, right? And what we want to do is after this is say for column in, and we go all the way from 0 all the way to columns like so, right? And we are going to check, it's going to look a lot like this, right? And this should be plus equals 1, like so, right? So pretty much it's going to look a bit like this. So let's copy this code, but we're going to adjust it a bit. Let's come here and we're going to paste this, right? Now we check, is that the case, right? Row columns like so, add 1, come here to the match list, and here we just want to call the horizontal, right? Instead of vertical, let's call here, let's just come here and we say checklist, get rid of this, say horizontal like so. So from column is going to be column like so, and we want to go column minus match length to get where it ends, right? To column is going to be column minus 1, right? And the row in question is going to be the row. The checklist is going to be, we're just going to come in and we say we're going to pass in the checklist, and we need to do the same here for the set special, but here we want to deal with the horizontal, right? And the horizontal is going to be from, this is going to be the same column minus the match length, like so. To column is going to be column minus 1 like so, and the row in question is just going to be the row like so, right? So that's going to be that. And then after this, outside the for loop here, what we want to do is pretty much this, right? If you get to the very end, right? If you get more than 5 and it's terminating at the very end, what do you do, right? So that's going to be this, and we come here and we do this, right? So instead of that, we need to make a few changes, and here it's going to be, we need to ditch this, right? And what do we want? We want to call clear checklist, and this is going to be horizontal. This is going to be columns minus the match length to get where it ends, and that's the beginning to get where it begins, right? So get the end 8 minus maybe 5, so it's going to begin at 3, right? That's what you're doing. 2 is going to be the very last one. Since this means that it's at the very edge, it's just going to be the last one, and that's going to be number 7, index 7. So to get index 7, just say columns minus 1, right? That's another way of thinking about it. And here for that we get row, maybe get rid of the caps lock, come here and say this is going to be checklist, right? Now we have everything we need, right? Now we have a function, and the job of this function is going to be identifying and marking and converting all cells that lead to our ladybug, right? Let's try and create a ladybug and see exactly what that is going to look like, right? So of course it depends on how the cells are going to be applied, right? So let's hope we can see. Can you see any 5 in a row, right? Okay. You see we have, this one is the one we're going to create next. Yes. So here we have a ladybug, right? So of course it depends also on how the cells fall, so that you can get the ladybug, right? So let's do that. And you see the ladybug there has destroyed all the yellow. That's why you see there are so few yellows here. Like we match it with the cell next to it and it destroys, right? And as you can see, like I had talked about it earlier, if you get to the situation where you if you get to a situation where you have this creates the column 1. If you get this to the situation where if you're looping and checking whether the board is dead, right? If you're checking whether the board is dead, if you have any of these, right? Like if you have this, or the ladybug, it can't be declared dead, right? Because in any situation, like if you have the bomb here, you could just move the bomb here and the bomb is going to destroy everything, right? If you have this, you could do that and it's going to destroy several elements, right? And basically that. And if you have two bombs, I believe they create a bigger bomb, right? Or rather, okay, two bombs create multiple bombs, right? So like that. And if you have a bomb here and it's going to destroy a number of them and so on and so forth, right? So that's why you can never decide, you can never pick a dead cell if you pick multiple of them, like if you have multiple special power ups, right? So that is that, right? And yeah, so let's continue from there. Done. Now the next thing we need to do is we have already marked the 5 or more. Let's put exactly 4, right? So if you have exactly 4, you want to put either the column, or you're either going to put the column or the, what's it called? The column or the row, right? So the column or the row, either of them, either or, right? That's perfect, right? So we come here and we say func, and we're going to merge the marking and the clearing, right? Because this one is pretty straightforward. This is going to be func, it's going to be mark 4 matches, right? What's it going to take? It's going to take the checklist, right? And the job of the checklist is just keeping track of which cells have been marked, right? So that we can later on remove them, right? So that's going to be that. And what we want to do is loop through, we say, for row in 0 all the way to, but not including, rows, like so. For column in 0 all the way to, but not including, columns -3. Why is that? We're doing horizontal matches, right? So we're doing horizontal matches, and if you look at it, right, there are positions you could get to where if you have gotten here, like if you've gotten to where 22 is, right, there is no way you're going to make a match of 4 from that particular position, right? So for example, if you're here, right, if you're here, there's no way you're going to, if there have been false, you're trying to get a horizontal match and you get here, there's no point continuing, right? So what we want to do is, we want to get to a particular position, right, which is going to be columns, which in our case is 8 minus 3, which is going to be 5, right? So if you do get to this position, color fill, right? Okay. Let's make this blue, right? So if you do get to this position, let's say, like if you're looping through this row, right? You're looping through row 3, right? Row index 3, and you get to this position, and it's been false. There's no way you're going to make 4 matches from this position. It's mathematically impossible, right? So that is the logic that we're going to use, right? So that's why we're looping until that particular position, right? So what we want to check is check the checklist. If checklist, like so, then we get the row, like so. Then we get the column, like so. And remember, the checklist contains the true and false. Then we have the row, like so. Then we have the column is going to be board, row, column +1, and come here, do this, and this is going to be column +2 and we check that they're all the same, right? You could put it separately, like you could put a type and stuff like that, right? But I just decided another way to do it, right? So come here, copy this, and paste this. Is going to be, it's going to be like this. So it's going to be that and do this. Just make sure that they're 4 in a row, right? This is going to be 1, 2, and 3, right? So that's how you check. That is going to be the case. We check ideally, wait, let's be a bit check and mark special, right? So let's come here and we say ideally we shouldn't have an empty at this point, right? So that's why I'm not checking on empty, right? And we should mark these cells as processed, and we mark them on the checklist, and we say for I in, and we go from 0 all the way to 3, right? So do that for like so. So for that, we just come and say checklist, come to the checklist, and in the checklist, what we want to do is say row like so, and this is going to be column plus I, and this is going to be set to false, right? So mark all of them as false in the checklist to know that they've been processed, and then set the same. Do the same for the board, right? So come here, do this, Command D, and instead of checklist here, we'll have the board. And now the board is going to be row column plus I, and instead of false, this is going to be set to empty, right? Now we have marked all of them, but we have not marked the main cell, right? Now here we come and we say, where is it? Set special vertical. We can get it here, I believe, right? So we come here, do this, right? Do that, come here, do this, do that, right? And here it's going to be slightly different. Get rid of this, and this is just going to be the, what we want is going to be the board, and we're going to get the row, and we're going to get the column, and we're going to set it to row, right? Because you're doing horizontal here. Now we need to repeat the, okay, I think I forgot to do that, right? So we check that the function goes, let's see. Okay, everything is fine, right? Now what we need to do after that is fold this away, and we now need to do the columns, right? So the vertical matches, that is, right? So now we say for row in 0 all the way to but not including, and here we're just going to go rows minus 3, right? And why we're doing this is because you could guess it, right? If you're doing vertical matches, right? Let's pick this, right? Let's come here and say this is going to be black, right? If you're doing vertical matches and you get to this position, right? And we say this is going to be color fill like so, this is going to be that, this is going to be that, right? If you're in this position, there's no way you can make 4 matches from index 5, right? So that's why we're saying if you get to index 5 and you have not found 4 in a row going down, right? That means that you can just safely ignore it, right? So basically that, right? Okay. So what we want to do is what we would like to do is where did we? I think we folded this away, and we need to check. We need to loop through the columns first. Come here and say for column in, and we go from 0 all the way to but not including columns, right? So we're looping through all of them, right? So we check if this is the case, do this, right? So come here, copy this, right? Come here, paste this, and here we're going to check if checklist row column, that means it's true, and board row column is going to be board row plus 1. So here column is going to be the same. Here we're interested in the row because it's horizontal, right? It's vertical, I mean, sorry. So that's going to be row plus 1. And then we do that and we say board row is going to be that, and board row column is going to be board row column. This should be column, right? And board row column is going to be row plus 1 plus 2. And then this is going to be and board row plus 3, right? Row plus 3 is going to be board row column, right? So that's going to be that, and I don't know why it's complaining. Let's see the complaint, right? This is going to be column, right? Like so, right? So check that the current cell is going to be the same, is going to be true in the checklist. Then check the row to its right, no, the row below it, and then check the row below that one, and then check the row below that one, right? And then afterwards we loop through and we say for, and this is going to be column, so we get rid of this, and this is going to be row plus I, right? It's going to be set to false, and then we come here and this is going to be row plus I, and that's going to be false, and this is going to be column, right? And this is going to be set to empty, right? And then we need an animation, so we come here and we copy this, and we do this with the animation, right? And we come here and we do this. That's going to be the animation, and that's going to be board row. And in actual fact, this depends on where we want to put it. In this first one, you notice we put the row on the very first cell, right? I believe since we're checking this is going to be horizontal, we're putting it in the leftmost, right? So if you want, you could put it on the rightmost. I don't know where you want to put it, like the leftmost or the rightmost. Here, it won't be as affected because it's going to fall, right? Because of the effects of gravity, right? So here we could say maybe row column is going to be here, and instead of row, we're going to put column, right? So we say column like so, right? And then we're going to do the scoring and whatnot a bit later. So that's basically that. That's going to be our 4 matches. And now let's do the meat and potatoes. Actually, you should try. And okay, it seems like I have an error. Okay, fine. Okay, that's going to be fine, right? So we have 3 in a row and 4 in a row, done. Now we should think about how we can set 3 in a row. Let's proceed. Now the next thing we need to do is we've done 4, let's do 3, right? Okay, mark 4 matches, let's do 3, right? Let's come here, do this, right? And now let's do 3. So we come here and we say func, and this is going to be process 3 matches, right? And what you're going to do here is we're going to take the checklist. We need the checklist, right? So that's going to be the checklist, and that's going to be that. Paste it here, come here, do this, and now we could just say it's going to look a lot like this, right? So we're going to say for row and rows, and that, okay, let's just borrow these 2 lines, right? Save a bit on time, come here, paste this, close both of them like so, right? And now instead of 3, we're going to 2, right? So we're going to 2, and the reason we're going to columns.2 is if you're looping through, let's make this black, come here, make this black like so. If you're looping through and you want to get 3 matches, if you do get to this position here, right, there is no way you can make from this position, there's no way you can make 3 horizontal matches because there are only 2. The maximum you can do is 2. So there's no point in looping past here. So if it's been false, and you get here, there's no point in looping, continuing to check if there are 3 from this cell, because it's going to be, you're going to get a false, right? Out of bounds rather, right? So that's that. Here we just check, and this is going to be pretty much the same. So let's just come here and copy this, right? It's going to look exactly the same. The difference between the reason that we are separating them and not checking them both is because they're going to give different rewards, right? So it's going to be, if it's 3, you get this. If it's 4, you get that. If it's 3, you get points. If it's 4, you get the icon, right? So that's going to be that. So let's come here and do this. And the difference, I believe, is going to be, we get rid of this, right? So you just check the one to the right of it, and then the one to the right of that, so that you have 3, right? And in the off chance, and I know it's very rare, we should probably put it also up there, we also check that we're not matching for 3 matches. We want to check that icon type dot core dot contains, and what do we want to contain? We want to contain right? Now, there's a possibility that you might get to a situation that you have 3 bombs in a row, right? We don't want to match that. Although if you do explode one, you probably will explode the other one. But if you match them only, they're going to all be removed, and you're not going to get the bonus, or you're not going to get the bonus of that particular cell. You're not going to get the bonus of that particular cell, right? So this should be the case. And also in the off chance, it's going to be very rare, but we should also put it here, right? This idea, right? Come here and check and put it here, right? Check this and also check it here, right? and that, right? So that's going to be that. And what we want to do here is, if this is the case, we need to, because it's going to look a lot like this, right? No need to, you could, if you want, like merge the two and then change them a bit to ensure that if it's this, you get row, if it's that, you get column, if this, you get different points. So those are the things that we would have to think about, right? So, right? So this is going to be this, and we check all the way to 3. And what you want to do is going to be checklist row column I, that is going to be that, row column I, like so. And then here we are going to not give them, the difference here is we're not going to give the user a row, right? They're not going to get that. That is not going to be available to them if they are matching 3. If you match 3, you're doing the least amount that you could do, right? So in such a situation, we're just going to give you points, right? So that's going to be that, right? Now, after this, let's do the same for columns, right? So we come here, and for columns, it's going to look pretty much like this. Let's just copy this, right? No need to reinvent the wheel after the Sumerians did it. So we come here, do this, and this is going to be for row, and we're going to go from row all the way to row -2. Then we go all the way from column all the way to columns, because it's all the columns. And the checklist, what we're going to do is we just want to compare until here, right? The one to the right, right? So to the right, just like Beyonce's song, to the left. Here we want to the right, right? Okay, and instead here, what we want to do is go all the way and say 3, and for our vertical matches, what we want to do here is this is going to be for our vertical matches on our checklist, we are going to say this is going to be the row, this should be, is it, wait, let's see, let's just confirm this, should be column, so this should be row, right? So this should be row plus I, column is going to be set to false, then board is going to be row plus I column, like so. And then you don't get any award for matching 3, right? So that's going to be the one that is going to match at least 3, right? So now we have the power to do 3 matches, right? And we can do them vertically, and we can also do them horizontally, right? Now the next thing we would want to do is a bit tricky, and it's been a bit hit or miss, or it's a bit more complicated. And this one is going to be the one that matches the it's going to be used to create the bomb, right? So it's going to be used to create the bomb with the hazard sign, and this is going to be matching the L symbol. So let's do that. Let's proceed, right? Now here it's going to be func, and this is going to be mark L shaped matches as special. And here what we're going to do is we need a checklist. So let's come here, let's pass in the checklist. Let's come pick this, come here, do this, do that, come here, do this. And what we want to do is we loop through. And what we want to loop through is going to be, let's see, we need to loop through all the rows and columns, right? So we say for, and this is going to go from row in, and we go from 0 all the way to, and this is going to be the rows, like so. Then we're going to loop through, say for column, let's just call it column, in 0, okay, in 0 all the way to, but not including columns, like so. So we have that. And if checklist, let's just skip everything, right? If checklist, if the current cell hasn't been marked as being part of a match, right? If not this, just come here and we say continue, right? Then we get the center type. Let center type, and this is going to be the board, the row, then the column, right? So that's going to be the center type. And let's see, okay, this is supposed to be rows, right? come here, do this. Okay, now we have that, right? Now we define the positions for the L shape, right? So we say let position 1, and position 1 is going to be, we could put them in tuples, right? This is going to be row column, like so. Then we say then we're going to have row column minus 1, right? Then we're going to come here and we say we want row column minus 2. Then we want row minus 1, row minus 1, okay, not row 1 but row minus 1 comma column, like so. And then we are going to have, this is going to be row minus 2, row minus 2, like so, and give it equal space, and this is going to be column, right? Column, like so, right? So that's going to be that. That's going to be position 1. And let's draw this out so that you can see it, right? So we come here and let's put this, let's do this, right? Okay. So what we want to do is, let's say this is the center position, right? So this is going to be our central position. Let's make it blue, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to check the column before it. Let's come here and we do this, right? This is going to be that. That's going to be that. Then we're going to check the column before that, right? Like so. That's going to be that. Then after that, we are going to check the row below it, still on the same column, right? That's going to be that. Then after that, we're going to check the row below that one, right? This one, right? So this is what we're checking, right? So in such a situation, although getting it to completely match sometimes is, I don't know, it's a bit tricky on this, right? So if what you were thinking of here is, in the situation, the user tries to match by putting, if you have 2 of the same type here and 2 of the same type here, you take a cell, right? Maybe you have blue, blue, blue here, and you have this. So you slide this blue from the left and put it here, and then it completes this. It should check this, right? And this will work as long as, supposing you have a situation like this, right? Let's say you have, this is the case, then you have, this is going to be this, and then this is going to be this, right? Now, if you have a cell here, which is going to be blue, and you decide to slide this in, right? Now, whichever code we run first is going to be picked up first, right? So if you take this cell and put it here, it's going to either recognize, if you put the L shape to run before the more than 3, right? The special, the ladybug, right? So it's between the ladybug and the bomb. Whichever runs first is one which is going to be granted, right? So what we're going to do in such a situation is we are going to run, because we think the ladybug is worth more to us than the bomb. What is going to happen is, if you slide the 19 into 27, right? If you slide 19 into 27, what we're going to do is we're going to credit you with the ladybug, right? So we're going to clear these cells and put the ladybug here, right? Or wherever we put it, right? To the rightmost, I believe, right? So we're going to put the ladybug here, right? So that's going to be that. Yeah, and that's the option that we're making, right? So the L shape is going to depend on the other cells also, right? And it can be a bit finicky. The others do check fairly well, but this one can be a bit, sometimes you try to match it and it doesn't match, and you wonder whether there's other matches, but because everything is moving so fast, you can barely get everything, right? But that's the idea that we're trying to create, right? Now this match should be possible like this, right? The reason that 27 is our center cell, right? The reason that 27 is our center cell is because we can form it like this, right? If you have a situation where you bring, maybe you have 24 here, and you bring 24 and form this, it shouldn't be able to check the L. And the reason for this is because these 3 will already be matched, right? So the completing cell, the cell that should be at the middle, that will actually make the L shape, should be 27, right, in this situation, right? So that's going to be that. I believe that is pretty straightforward, right? So that's position 1, right? Let's get position 2. Let's say let position 2, position 2, and position 2 is going to be an array of tuples, right? And let's just copy this, right? Copy this and come here and we do this, right? So we have this, and instead of, we're going to have, all of them are going to be centered on the row and column. So that's going to be the row and column. And then afterward, we say row and column plus 1. Let's come here and say row and column plus 1, row and column plus 2, and then row minus 1 column and row minus 2 column, right? So let's look at that, what that shape would look like. This, if we come here and what we want to do is we want to say row column. Okay, let's put this. Sorry. Let's make this black, like so. This is going to be black. And we have 27 as our North Star, right? So this is our North Star. This is what we're going to put as our center, right? So what we want to do is we want to check row column plus 1. So this is going to be here. Column plus 2. This is going to be here, right? And then afterwards we have row minus 1. So this is actually the L that we're looking for, right? So that is going to be our L. Let's proceed, right? Now position 3. Let's just copy this, right? Because it's going to look a lot like this. Come here, copy this. This is going to be position 3, like so. This is going to be 3, like so. This is going to be row column. Then for position 3, we're going to say column row column. Then it's row column plus 1. Then row column plus 2. Then this is going to be row plus 1. So basically just going up, right? And then row plus 2, right? So this is going to be the other L, right? Centered on this, right? So let's see that in action. And what we want to do here is basically this is what we're doing, right? So that's going to be plus, since it's plus, right? And we could make this and make this, and then this two are going to be like this, right? So this is the L that we're looking for with the centered on 27, right? So that's pretty straightforward to understand. And then we are going to have position 4, right? We could just hit Command D, and this is going to be position 4. Let's come here and say it's going to be position 4, right? It's going to be row column, and this is going to be row column minus 1, row column minus 2, row plus 1 column, and row plus 2 column, right? So what that looks like is let's come here, right? So let's just say this is going to be row column, then it's going to be row column minus 1. So it's just going to be this two are going to be black, like so. And we do this, and that's the L that we're looking for, right? So first that direction, first that direction, first down, first that direction, right? Those are the 4 L's, right, that we're looking for, right? And yeah, that's what you're looking for. So let's go back, and this is what is going to give us our bomb, right? And we create a function. We're now going to create a function to check if the position form an L shape, right? So we come here and we say func is L shape. And what is L shape? L shape is just going to take in the positions, right? And the positions are going to be an array of tuples, positions, right? And this is going to be an array of tuples, right? And this is just going to be, the tuples are just going to be int, the type is going to be int, like so. Int, and then afterwards, it's going to return a boolean, right? So whether it's an L shape, right? So you're going to check the positions and check that, right? So here we're going to look through and say for position, okay, let's just let it help us. For position in positions, right? It wants to help us. Let's accept the help. And we check if position dot 0 is less than 0, or that is it's out of bounds, or position dot 0 is greater than or equal to rows. That means it's gotten to the end, or position dot 1 is less than 0, or position dot 1 is greater than or equal to columns, plural, right? That's the case. Or position dot 1 is greater than columns, or we get the board, and here we're going to get the position dot 0, and that's going to be the row. Then we come here and say position dot 1, that's going to be the column, and is not the center type, right? Is not the center type, right? If this is not the center type, or we check the checklist, or we check the checklist, and in the checklist we check that position dot 0, we check the position in the checklist, right? And then position dot 1, if this is not true, right? So this is going to evaluate to true, right? So you do this, right? You return false, right? So that's going to be that. And then after that, if it goes through all the positions and checks this is actually true, so we're just going to return true, right? So you take all the positions and try and return true, right? That's that. So this is going to check whether or not this is an L shape, and this is pretty straightforward. Check whether it's in whether it's within bounds, right? By doing this and checking that if it's greater than rows. Check if it's less than 0, it's going into the negative, or it's above columns, and whether it is the correct type, and then check whether or not we have looped through and found that it's actually part of a match, right? So that's going to be the L shape, right? This is going to help us discover L shapes, right? And then afterwards we create this. We say let is L shape 1, and this is going to be equal is L shape, and the position in question is going to be position 1. Then we do this, and this is going to be L shape, we're going to say 2, and this is going to be position 2, and we do this, this is going to be position 3, and this is going to be position 3. Then we do this and we say position 4, and this is going to be position 4, like so. And what do you call it? Position 1, position 2, position 3. Cannot find position 2. Position 2. I thought this is okay, right? Now the next thing we need to do is, I don't know why this is not identifying this, but let's just come and say position 3, and then say position 4, right? So hopefully, okay. Am I spelling it correctly? I think I am, but position 4, right? So, okay, Xcode was just gaslighting me, but my spellings were correct, right? So we check if is L shape 1, or is L shape 2, or is L shape 3, or is L shape 4. Okay, let's say if it's either of this, right? Mark the cells, right? So we come here and we say mark the cells of the L shape in the checklist as false, right? So what we want to do is we would then go and say if this is the case, what we want to do is, I'm just checking my notes quickly, and we're just going to say loop through position 1, comma, position 2, comma, position 3, comma, position 4, comma, right? And we say dot for each, hit this, come here, and we're just going to say positions in, and we're going to say come here and we say for each of them and say positions dot for each. So we loop on it twice, right? So we get positions, right? Then we say positions dot for each, and then now we check we have access to the position, right? Singular, right? And what we want to do is say in this closure, if position dot 0, right? If this is greater than or equal to 0 and is less than rows, we're just checking whether it's in bounds, right? This is going to be position dot 1 is greater than or equal to 0 and position dot 1 is less than columns, right? That means it doesn't get to 7, right? We're just going to come and say checklist, and we are going to say here we want to get position 0 with the tuple, and here we say position dot 1, right? Like so, and this is going to be equal to, we set it to false in the checklist, then afterwards we set the board to empty, right? So we come here and we say position like so. This is going to be dot 0 like so. Then we come here and we say position dot 1, and this one is going to be set to empty, right? We set that as empty, and at the end of this let's see, 1, 2, at the end of this, after we loop through all of them, right, what we want to do is we now want to come and say mark the center cell, right? Here we have marked all the cells, but we've not marked the center cell, right? So we have just checked the positions in the L shape, right? So what we want to do after this is come and say the L shape. We come and we say checklist, and here we're just going to say the row and then the column, and the row and the column, and this one is going to be set to false, right? And then we could have with the animation, so what we want to do here is just say board row column is going to be set to dot bomb, right? So what we want to do, let's see, I didn't want to type it all. Let's see, okay, here, right? So let's just copy this, and instead of this we do the bomb, right? And here it's going to be the actual bomb, right? So now it's going to be bomb, and then afterwards we just add the points, right? We're going to add the points, and that's going to be that, right? So that is basically what we want for the L-shaped, and that's pretty decent in my opinion, if you ask me. And let's proceed. Proceed from here. And now the next thing we want to do is we want to make sure that we create a function to clear. But one thing I notice is that we are introducing an error to our code, right? We are here, we have already set the checklist to false here, right? There's no need to do this again, right? What we should do is get rid of this. Right, the center cell has already been set to, because we're looping through all the positions, right? For each of them, and then we're looping through them, right? In these two closures, and then we're getting them and just setting them to false, right? And you will notice that each one of them has the center cell like so, right? So what we want to do is put that and do that, right? And now we are probably the way this thing works, or the L shape, it might not be the best position of where we put our bomb, right? The positioning of the bomb might be dependent on several factors, right? But yeah, so what we want to do is, if you want to further make it better, you would integrate, or you're going to come up with checking where the cell is going to come from, right? But right now we're going to put it at the origin of the cell where it starts, right? So you're going to put the bomb at the origin of the cell. We're going to maybe change it and put it at the destination, right? So when you swap the cells, right, we're going to put it at a particular position, right? So that's done. And now we want a function, and the job of this function is going to be simple. Loop through our multidimensional array and remove all cells that are empty, right? That's it, right? So this is going to be pretty straightforward, and this is just going to be called clear, like so. And clear is going to take a couple of things. It's going to take a checklist, and the checklist is going to be basically that. So we come here, get the checklist, like so. Paste this, like so, come here, and we loop through, we say, for row in, and we go from 0 all the way to rows, like so. Then we say for column, or column, let's just say column, in 0 all the way to, but not including, columns, like so. Come here, do that, and we say if we have gone through and found it on the checklist, and we come here and we say this is going to be row, and this is going to be column, like so, and we check this is going to be true, like so. And if this is the case, what we want to do is just say, come here and we say this is going to be that, come here, put this, copy this, right? Copy this, come here, do this, paint this. This is going to be with animation, board, row, column, and this is going to be, instead of the bomb, what you're going to set it to be is going to be empty, like so, right? And after this, after looping through here, right? Let's see. After this, what we want to do is come here and reset it on the checklist, right? Let's come here and we say checklist, and we're just going to get the row, and then we're going to get the column, and this one is going to be set to false, right? So that's going to be the function that is going to loop through our entire multidimensional array. And after we loop through our entire multidimensional array, we are going to set the various values to, when we call it, it's just going to be essentially set them all to empty, and then maybe load something else and drop other cells, right? So that's done, and we can actually proceed from there. Let's get to it, right? Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to create the function that is going to be checking our matches, right? So what we could do is, let's come here, and we're just going to say func, and this is going to be check match, and check match is going to do exactly what you think it is, right? Now here we're going to create the checklist that we're going to be passing on, right? So here we're going to say var checklist. You notice that there are lots of functions that have access to a checklist of some sort, and this is just going to be an array, a multi-dimensional array. And here we're going to have repeating, and here we're going to have another array, like so, and here we're going to have repeating, like so, and this is going to be filled with false, and the count is going to be the number of columns, and the count here is going to be the number of rows, right? So it's going to be a multidimensional array which is equal to the number of the dimensions, 8 by 8 in short, right? So we have that, and the count is going to be column, okay, maybe columns. I believe we did create it, right? Columns, like so, right? So that's going to be that, right? Now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to come here and we say with animation, like so, hit enter, and what you're going to do is maybe put some animation here and come and say something like dot ease in out, and the duration, you could say this is going to be 0. Let's say 5, right? And then here, what you're going to do is, the first thing we want to do before we do anything is we're going to mark the matches, right? So we just want to run through and put all the trues on the checklist for every situation where we have at least 2 or more, right? The function that we just created, right? So what you're going to come here and do is say mark matches, and it requires a checklist, which luckily we have just created, right? So we pass the checklist, and what this is going to do is it's just going to loop through the entire thing, and it's just going to mark every single all the cells that are adjacent to cells that are marked as it, right, as are the same type of it, right? So we're just going to run through and get all the trues and mark the checklist as true if you have 3 in a row, right? So that's going to be that. So that is done. Then afterwards, we're going to Then after you mark everything, we're going to, and the order matters, right? So the first thing we want to prioritize for is going to be checking and marking the special matches, right? So we're going to start with the biggest, the largest, right? So we're going to come here and say check and mark special matches, right? So if there are more than 5 matches, give the person a ladybug, right? Basically that, right? So that's going to be that. It requires a checklist. We've already seen that. Then the next thing, we're going to go for the L shape, right? So we're going to come here and say mark L-shaped matches as special, and that's going to be checklist. So that goes with all the shapes that are L. We do that, right? Then after that, we want to mark for the column and the rows. So we say mark 4 matches, and it requires a checklist, and that's going to be that, right? And then if you get down to it, just give the poor guy marks, right? Just give him what are they called? Just give him points, right? Because he has not been able to create all the special things, right? So here we just come here and we say checklist, right? And that's that, right? And after that, we are going to, have we done that? Yes, we have done clear, right? So after you do this and you run all this, we're going to clear so that we can set the boards as empty, right? So we are going to then create the function that is going to essentially create the cascading of cells going down, right? So if there's a cell above, the cell above you is not empty, we're going to bring it down. And if it's empty, we're going to generate a random one, right? So that's why we're going to call clear here, right? And you remember clear text in a checklist. So come here and we just say clear like so. And it's going to require a checklist, and we're going to put the checklist, right? Now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to check if isMatch, right? If isMatch is such a true, and we're going to set that in a bit, right? And now we're going to go into the function that is going to make sure that the cell, we're going to essentially cascade the cells down, right? So it's going to be useful. And the interesting thing is, because of how we have set our cells and the interactions, right? The interactions depends on, for example, how the bombs are going to be put in place, the cells are going to be put in place. We're going to call the check match from the fall and the fall from the check match, right? So that's something we're going to do, right? So we come here and we create the func and we call this fall like so. And what it's going to do is we're going to have a flag. Let's put a flag here. It's going to be a flag, and we're going to call the flag maybe something like did change. And did change is going to be of type Boolean like so. And what you're going to do is just say repeat like so, repeat, and we're going to come here and we say did change. Did change is going to be set to false, right? So we have that, and we're going to have repeat while, right? I know when you're learning Swift, you probably rarely use repeat while, but here we're going to use repeat while, right? So here we're going to set the did change to be false, right? And then after we do this, of course it's while, then we need something to do repeat here, right? So repeat while. And what we want to do is we want to look through the rows for row in 1, and I'll explain why we're starting from 1 in a bit, but if you think about it, you could figure it out, right? For 1 in rows, and then for call in 0, okay, in 0 all the way to, but not including columns, right? So that's going to be that. And what we want to do here is you will notice that, okay, let's see. Right, so let's come here, and first thing we could do is we could maybe clear this out, make sure that it's all black. Let's do that. Then come here, make sure this two are black like so. So that's going to be all black, right? So now this is going to be essentially our array, right? And what we want to do, or what we'd like to do, is that you will notice that if the cell above is empty, there is nothing to cascade down. We need to generate a cell and then bring it down, right? But now, for example, if you have a situation where there's a bomb here, and the bomb, of course, destroys every cell that is adjacent to it, like in all 8 directions, right? So it has destroyed this, and then you're going to have, like the bomb, let's say this is the bomb, right? So the bomb, and we're going to be looking at the bomb a bit, so in detail, so don't worry about it. So for now, let's say the bomb is going to destroy this, it's going to destroy this and this, right? So this is just going to be that, right? So the bomb is going to affect these cells, and these cells are going to be made empty, right? Because of coming into contact with it, right? And now we still have a cell here, which is not related, right? So let's put the color here to be a different type. Let's say this is yellow, right? And here it's going to be empty, right? What we want is we want this yellow to cascade down to the lowest point where there's an empty cell, right? So this yellow should come here, right? and this should be yellow, right? So this should be yellow, and then this should be empty, and then we should generate a set. We should generate a new cell, and you've seen how we generate cells, and then it should cascade down, right? So we just generate for the one above it so that it can all cascade down, right? So that's going to be that. That's what we are trying to do, right? If the cells are empty, but there's a cell that is filled above it, bring that cell down. Else, cascade it down. And why are we doing it from 1, right? We need to check the cell above it, right? So over here, like on index on row number 0, there's no cell above it, right? So there's no need to loop through. So that's why our loop starts at 1, right? So that we can constantly check the cell above it, right? So that's the logic. And we could put it there, right? So what we want to do is we check, we start essentially from the second row, that is index 1, right? We come here and we say if board, and this is going to be board, and we check the row, like so, spell it correctly, row, and this is going to be column, and we check that this is actually going to be empty, and the one above it. So for the one above it, it's row minus 1, right? And then that's just going to be col, and this is not going to be, the one above it is not empty, dot empty, right? So if the one above it is not empty, what we want to do is we want to swap, right? And how do we swap? Well, there are many ways we could do this, but I found that in this situation we could use a tuple, right? So how you do it is this: you just say, you come here, say board, and then you have row, and then you have col, like so, right? And then you put a comma to the one you want to swap it with, right? So this is going to be this is going to be the actual cell. Now we want to swap it with the one above it, right? So we just say board, and this is going to be this is going to be board. Okay, come here, say board, like so, and this is going to be row minus 1, and this is going to be col, right? So we have the ones above it, right? And then this is going to be the same as, you just give it a tuple of the opposite, right? That's going to be board, like so, and this is going to be row minus 1, and then afterwards you're going to say col, right? The ones above it, right? And then afterwards you put a comma, okay? That's going to be that. And then we are going to say we want the board. What's it going to be? It's going to be the board, and then afterwards it's going to be the row, and then afterwards it's going to be the col, right? So that's it. We have a tuple of the two, and that's how you could swap it out. I think you can do the exact same thing, the exact same way in JavaScript, right? So there are many ways you could do this, but this is perhaps the easiest I've found, right? And it looks exactly like how you would do it, right? So we come to our flag and we set true, right? So that you can know when to stop, right? And after that, let's come here. Give ourselves a bit more space, and then we say we now fill the top row with new icons if they're empty, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to say for col in, and we go from 0 all the way to, but not including columns, like so, and where we're going to check whether or not board 0 col is going to be dot empty, right? So if this is empty, what we want to do is we want to come here and we say board, and here we're going to say 0, and col is going to be icon type. That's the whole point of doing it, random, right? So if we go to the very top level and we find that in the very top level we have a situation where, if we find in the very top level that we have a situation where the row is empty, what we need to do is just generate a random type, right? So that's going to be that, right? And after you generate that, just come here and you say did change is going to be set to true. And what we want to do after that is here it's expecting something of the repeat while, and we're going to repeat while did change is true, right? Did change is going to be equal to true, right? So that's going to be that. And then afterward you're just going to come here and say is match is going to be, not is stop, but is match, right? Is match is going to be set to false here. So we set is match to false, and then we're going to come here and we say run function with delay, and the time interval is going to be 0.3, like so. And what's the function we're going to call? We're going to call self.checkmatch, right? So the reason we're doing this is to essentially try and go around our problem, right? Go around the problem of having empties, right? Or the way we loop through, if you can remember, I mentioned this problem, right? I mentioned this problem that we might encounter, and you already saw it when we were doing it, right? So what we want to do is we want to, if you run it essentially twice and keep checking whether they're empties, okay, not checking that they're empties and checking whether they're matches, you're less likely to find the situation that we encountered that time where we had 3 in a row, and for the starting, okay, for the, it probably won't work. It can come in the start when you start, but it's very hard to get for subsequent matches, right? That's why we're running the check match again, right? Just make sure that we try and get rid of that problem, right? You could code a more convoluted thing, and I'll have a look at that and probably do that, right? Yeah, so that's one thing you should be cognizant of. What's the next thing we need to do? That's done. Now, the next thing we could look at is we need to go back to check match, and now we can call that function, right? So here, what we want to do is we need to call run function with delay, and the delay is going to be 0.4, like so, or 5, or just pick a number. It looks good. If you do it instantly, the user won't notice it. You need to make it a bit subtle so that the user can actually notice it, right? And after that, what we need to do here is the processing is going to be useful when we are swiping, right? So we are going to have a look at that in a bit, not just yet. But here we're going to say this is going to be let's say 0.3, and then we come here and we say this is going to be self.isProcessing, and isProcessing is going to be set to false, right? So that's going to be that. And the next thing we need to do is, after we have done our match, else, that means that there is no match, right? Else, what are we going to do? We're going to check if there is no match. What we need to do first, if check dead, right? So this is going to return a true if there are any checks involved, right? If there are no checks, right? If this is true, right? That means that we have a dead board and we have generated randomly, because it's randomly generated, we have a board that doesn't have any possible matches. What we could do here is just say board dot shuffle, right? So it's returned the elements in the sequence shuffled, right? So you're just going to say shuffle, right? So we're not going to make it too fancy. And after we shuffle, we're going to call fall, right? Just in case there is there are any empties or something. I don't know. Let's just run this. Like I came into a weird issue, right? I think it's how the interactions of the bombs, right? That the way they clear out cells, and then okay, I just came up with a weird interaction, and the best way to solve it was just to run fall on after the shuffling, right? In case of dead, right? So after it shuffles, do that, and here we could delay that a bit, and come here. Let's reduce the time it's delayed, and do this, right? This is going to be that, and then we're going to say just call fall, right? So self dot fall, right? So that's going to be that, and after this, we are going to say set the isProcessing to false, right? This is going to be useful in a bit, right? IsProcessing here is going to be set to false, right? So that's going to be isProcessing, and it's going to be set to false, and it's complaining that the result of call to shuffle, not shuffled, but shuffle, right? Sorry, this is supposed to be, there's shuffle and there's shuffled, right? So we want shuffle, right? So that's what we want, not shuffled, right? So that is going to be that, and of course there's going to be a couple more things we need to do, but we are now done with the check match, which is going to be a lot of the heavy lifting in our app. And now let's start thinking about how the cells are going to interact with each other, right? For example, when you call a bomb, what happens? When you call a column, what happens? When you call a gift, what happens? That's what you're going to do next. About bombs on our app, right? That creating the bombs, right? Not bombs, right? This is YouTube, so we must be careful about what we say, right? So what we want to do is we want to create the ability to explode cells when you're interacting with them on the screen, right? So what this looks like is this is going to be our triangle and hazard, right? If you can remember that this is actually what we set to be that. If we come to utils here, and we come here and you see that this is going to be the hazard sign, right? That's what it's going to be for the one. And what it does is it just makes sure that the cells all related, like it's all the cells that are in 8 directions related to it or touching it are going to be set to empty, right? That's how it operates, right? So let's just do this and say that this 27 is going to be the one that we are concentrated on, right? So this is going to be this, right? So all the cells that are going to be affected are this ones, right? come here, make this, let's say, put them red. Come here, do this. This is also going to be red, right? That's going to be that. This is going to be also that, right? Do that, and then come here, and then do this, right? So these are all the cells that, of course, if it's in the middle, right? If it's at the edge here, it's just going to be this one and this one and this one, right? As long as they're within bounds, right? So those are the cells that we're interested in and what we're going to change, right? So let's create that functionality, right? And we could come here, and what we're going to do is we're going to call the function, and the function is just going to be called func. Come here, say POMB, like so. And what we're going to do is we need the row index, and the row index is going to be an integer of the row, and then the call index, or the column index, right? Column index, however you want to say it. Column index, call index, index, call, whatever you want to do it, right? And here we say when this is called, obviously there has been a match, so it's matched to true. It will be important later on in a bit. And then we call with animation, right? With animation, okay, not this one. We want the other one with animation, like so. Hit this, come here, do that, and this is just going to be board. What's going to be the board? And here we're just going to have the row index, like so, and then you're going to have the column index, like so, and here we're going to set it to be empty, right? So this is the central cell that you're setting out to be empty, right? And we need to add a bit of animation, right? Here, come and say dot ease in out, like so, and this is going to be, let's say this is going to be 0.4, right? So make sure that the central cell is put as empty, and then after that we need to come here, and here what you're going to do is we need a function that is going to handle adjacent cells, right? So instead of calling it, we're going to use this function for several of them, so let's just put that, right? This is going to be func, and this is going to be called handle, spell it correctly, or spell it however you want to call it, right? But just refer to it like that, right? Handle adjacent, and what do we want to handle adjacent? Handle adjacent cell, like so, right? So this is going to be that. So we come here, do this, copy this, come here, paste that, right? So that's going to be this. And one thing we're going to do first is we're going to check whether it's within bounds. And what we're going to do here is just say guard, and this is going to be row index, like so. And this is going to be that, and this is going to be, we're going to come here, and we're just going to say this is going to be 0, like so. And then you're going to say row index, like so. And this is going to be less than rows, like so. And then you're going to say here column index, and this is going to be greater than or equal to 0, like so. And then we're going to say column index is less than columns, right? Else return, right? So this is just basically make sure that it's within bounds. If it's out of bounds, don't bother with it, right? Then we say let's cell, and what cell is going to be? Cell is going to be gotten from the board, and here we're just going to have the row index, then we're going to have the column index, like so. So we have that, then we're going to switch on the cell, come here, say switch, and we're going to switch on the cell, and we're going to have many cases, right? Case, like so, and this is going to be case dot, for now, if it's a bomb, what you're going to do is, if it's a bomb next to a bomb, we're going to actually destroy both of them and then call a bigger bomb, right? So don't worry about that, because you might be wondering, it might be calling it itself infinitely, right? What we want to do is we'll handle that, right? Don't worry about that. We'll come here and we say column index is just going to be column index, right? So that's going to be that, and we're going to have the default, right? Case bomb. Okay, let's do this, right? We're going to call here self dot that, right? That's going to be that, right? And of course it's going to complain, and we need to fix the cases, right, that are going to be here. Now if it's empty, we're just going to break, like so. And if it's all this, if it's triangle, if we're just going to, the default is going to be to set it to empty, right? So these others, we could put them all together like triangle, circle, square, heart. We could put them and then say that all of them, like put them commas and then just say that they're going to be empty. Or you could just come here and you say the default, right? The default for now, I'm just going to say default, like so. Default, put the default here, and for the default we'll just come here and we say with animation, hit this, and what we want to do is come here and we say board, like so, and you're going to have the row index and then have the column index, and this is going to be set to empty, right? That's going to be that, right? And that's going to be that now. So that will handle all the cases that are not the row, the column, the bang, and the gift, right? That's going to be that, right? So what we want to do next is we probably need to go back, and now we need to call it across all the directions, right? So what we want to do is we want to do come back here where we have this, right? And what we want to do is we want to call the functionality handle adjacent cell, and this is going to be, we call it one row above, so we say row index -1. We call it on the cell above, and that's going to be the column index, right? Then we do this, and now we want to call it on the cell below, so this is going to be +1, like so. And we hit Command D, and then we want to call it to the left. So if we're doing to the left, this is going to be -1, the column index, right? That's to the left. Do this to the right, that's +1, right? And now we need to go diagonally. So we want to, let's come here and do this, right? So this is going to be -1, -1, right? -1, -1, right? Come here, do this. This is -1, -1 is going to be left up, right? It's going to be left up, right? -1, like so, right? If you look at it, that's going to be this one, 18, relative to 27, that is, right? And let's come back here. This should be +1, +1, +1, +1. That's bottom right, right? So this is going to be +1, +1. This is going to be 36 in this case, right? Then we have +1, -1, +1, -1. +1, -1 is going to be left down, so that's going to be 34 in this case, right? So that's going to be that. And then finally we have wait, this is going to be +1, so it's going to be row, so it's going to be down, and no, this is going to be row, is going to be, wait, how many do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? I think we've done all of them, right? So -1, -1 is going to be left up, I believe, because we're going to up and the previous row, right? And then +1, +1, -1, right? Okay, there's one we have done. Let's see. -1 -1 is there, right? Then we have +1 +1 -1. +1 -1 is left down, right? And then after that we have +1 +1 +1 +1, right? That's bottom right, right? And then we have +1 -1, which is right up, right? So that's going to be this one, right? So that's going to be essentially the cell, right? So we call this functionality, pass in the cell, and it's set to empty, and that's going to be essentially how our BOM is going to look like, right? Now let's figure out how we can maybe set the row, the column, and the gift. I will leave the setting up of the bang to you, right? Because that's going to be essentially your test to figure out how well you've understood it, right? So let's proceed from there. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to create the function. Let's create the functions that are going to deal with I'd say the edge cases, right? The edge cases are sort of not the edge cases, the special rewards, or rather the special conditions that are created by merging the special cells, right? Like for example, if you have a BOM and a BOM and you put them together, you should get a sort of bigger BOM. If you have a row and a row and you put them together, you should get a much bigger row, right? You should get a much bigger row or something of the sort, right? You get a column and you put them together, you should get something different, right? As opposed to matching a column with another cell, right? So that's what you're going to try and create. and the very first one is going to be multi row, right? And from the name, you could guess what it's going to do. Multi row is going to take a couple of things. It's going to take our first row index, which is going to be an integer, right? This is where you're going to merge two rows, right? And you're going to get on rows at some point, right? First call index, which is also going to be an integer, like so. Then you're going to have second row index, and this is also going to be an integer. Then you're going to have second call index, right? This is also going to be an integer, like so, right? And the next thing we need to do is we need to put the isMatch, like so. Come here, say isMatch, like so, and this is just going to be set to true, like so. Come here, and the next thing we need to do is we need to set the two, that is the board, the location of the first and the second cell, right? So we come here and we say board, like so, and this is going to be first row index, right? First row index. Then come here and we say first call index, and this is going to be, we're going to set this to be empty, right? And we hit command D, like so, and this is going to be second. Just replace this with second, like so, second row index, and that's going to be second, right? Second call index, and you set those two to be empty. Then we are going to increment the score by some bits, add the combo, and then you're going to get a random type. What you're going to do is just get random, and random is just going to be gotten from icon type dot random. So get a random, and everywhere just loop through and you say first for row in 0 all the way to rows, like so. For call in 0 all the way to columns, right? So we have this, and we check if board row call is going to be the random type, the random, right? What you're going to do is we're just going to say board row call is going to be set to the random, right? So what you're going to do here is if you have a situation where you match two rows, right? What you're going to do is you're going to create lots of them across the you're going to pick a random cell and then turn random cells, like for example, turn all the circles into rows, right? All across the map or the board, right? So you're going to do that. And then when you do that, the next thing is we would then loop through again. After we put them all here, what we would need to do is we would loop through and activate all of them, right? So first we are going to convert all these randoms into not random, right? Not that. It wouldn't make sense, right? Here we convert all of them into rows, right? So what you do, loop through the entire thing, convert a random cell, maybe the circle or the heart or the triangle or the square, convert all of them into rows, and then after that, what you need to do is come here and blow them all up, right? So what you need to do is just say here for row in 0 all the way to but not including rows, like so. Then we come here and we say for call in 0 all the way to but not including columns, like so. And what we want to do is if is going to be row, right? Of course, the downside of this is we are going to also affect all possible rows, right? So what you're going to do is there's a function we have not yet created, right? Let's just create the signature for it, right? We are going to use it in a bit, right? So we're going to say func, and this one is going to be called row activate, right? And what it's going to do is it's just going to take the row index, which is going to be an integer, and it's just going to take the call index. Call index is going to be also an integer, right? And it's going to do a bunch of stuff, right? But we want to call it here. So what we want to do is just come here and we say self.row activate, and the row index is going to be the row, and the call index is going to be the call, right? So that's what you're going to do, right? So you're going to do all this, and then at the end of this, just call fall, right? So that you can clear everything, right? So you say self.fall, fall, right? So that's what you're going to do. Pick a random cell, right? Pick a random cell in the, if you match two of them, pick a random cell among the randoms, and then convert every one of those random cells into a row, then collapse all the rows, right? We're going to figure out how to collapse the rows in a bit, but let's just proceed. The next one we want to do is naturally call index, right? So first we could come here, hit command, okay, not find, but command D, come here, do this, hit command D, and here it's going to be func, this is going to be call activate, and I'm calling it activate because we already have several places called column, so this is just going to be a bit easier for us, right? And now we have multi-row. What happens if you merge two special row, two row columns, right? Two row icons, right? So what you're going to do is just say multi-call, and multi-call is going to look a lot like this. Let's just come here and copy this, right? So we come here, copy this, it's going to look exactly the same, more or less, not exactly the same, but more or less, it's going to do that, right? Then we need this, right? Come here. And then what we want to do is, it's pretty much going to be this, right? We need to copy this, right? Let's copy this. Okay, come here, copy that. And we're going to do that. Then after that, we are going to copy this too, right? Okay, copy this three, let's be honest, right? It's going to work exactly the same, right? So come here, paste this. The difference is going to be, this is going to be, instead of row, this is going to be col, like so, right? So we put column, and then afterwards, after we put column, what we want to do is we're going to say here, instead of row activate, we're going to come here and say this is going to be column, right? Okay, not col, but it's column, right? And instead of row activate, this is going to be column, right? And then we just come here and we say self dot call activate, right? The row is going to be the row. Let's go here with the row. The call is going to be the call, right? So now we have the row, the call, and that is done, right? Now we have what the multi-call is going to be, right? What's the next thing you could think about? Multi-bomb. If you merge two bombs, right? What you want to do is just say func, and this is going to be called multi-bomb. Multi-bomb, and multi-bomb is going to be let's see, come here, copy this, right? Do this, right? Come here, do that, right? So that's going to be that. And the first thing we want to do is we're going to set this, right? So we come here, we paste this, right? That's going to be pasted. Then after that, we are going to get a random cell. Let's do that. So let's come here and reset a random cell, right? Okay, random cell, right? And then what we want to do is we need to set the bomb, right? So it's gonna look a bit like this, right? Let's just copy this. Okay, let's just copy this, copy instead, copy, right? Come here, do this, and this is going to be, we're going to loop through and we check if they are random. What we want to do is set this, instead of column, we set this to, right? So that icon type, like so, and then we loop through again, and what we want to do is, okay, that is done. Then after that, we would like to come here and we say, the row index is going to be, the row index is going to be the row and the call, right? Row, and come here and we say call, like so, right? So after that, and then let's see this, we're just going to call fall, I believe, right? Come here at the end and call fall, right? So now we have 3 situations which are pretty good, and that's that, right? So let's proceed from there. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to figure out what to do when we let's look at, before we do that, let's look at the row activate and the column activate, right? So what that will look like is we come to the row activate. We have done nothing on it, right? So what we want to do is first say isMatch is going to be true, right? isMatch is going to be true. So we come here, do this, paste this, right? Come here, copy this. I'm guessing by now it's easy to follow, because if you're following along, you should know what I'm doing. That's going to be that. This is going to be the row index, row index, and this is going to be the call index. Is it the call index, right? Yes, the call index, right? So we set it to empty. Then afterwards we loop through, and what we'd like to loop through here is we're going to loop through all the columns, right? We're going to go, remember, if it's a row activate, right? Let's just have a look at it, right? Here, right? So let's first make sure everything is black rather, and then come here and say this is going to all be black, like so. And come here, do that, right? So all of them are black, right? Now what we want to do in row activate, this is the row that you want to activate, right? Let's say you want to clean out this row, right? All of it is blue. What you want to do is you want to loop through this row and make sure that every single one of them is going to be cleared out, right? So, or if it has a special cell, like if you're clearing out and you come and you find that in actual fact that here we have if you have another row, I don't think you should just clear it out, right, and give the user maybe more points or something like that. But if you have a bomb, it should explode and it should affect the other cells, right? And then the rest will be cleared out, right? So these are the cases. If you have a bomb, we will explode the bomb. If you have a bang, we'll explode the bang. If you have a column, we'll clear out the ensuing column. And if you have a gift, we will do the same with the gift, right? We are going to essentially deal with the gift, right? Else, if it's empty because of another reason, maybe there are multiple explosions, like in the previous example, maybe it might be a bit chaotic, right? There might be many things going off at the same time, right? So if there are many things going off at the same time, what you do, which is you might find a situation where a row is already empty because it was cleared by a bomb that just went off before this one. The bomb went off here, for example, and then affected this here, and then this cleared this out. So you find that this and this, which were affected by the bomb in 19, that is 27 and 28, are already empty. So if you're empty, just ignore it, right? Else, that is, you have one of the normal cells, just set it to empty, right? That's what we're going to do in this row activate, right? So let's see what that looks like. And what you're going to do is because you are looping through the columns in a row, we just say for call in 0 all the way to columns, right? So we do that, and we say let cell is going to be board, like so, and here it's going to be row index, like so. And then remember, this is going to be the call here, right? The call that we're going to be looping through, right? So we do that, and then we switch on the cell, switch cell, like so, and we come here, and it's going to complain. At least I hope it's going to complain, right? So that it can save us from having to type this, right? So we deal with the empty case because it's going to be the easiest, right? If it's empty break, right, that means that something else has affected it. No problem with us, right? So what we want to do next is the gift. We come here and we say self.gift. Okay, I thought we had sorted out the gift, right? Clearly we have not sorted out the gift, right? In my mind, we had done gift. I'm sure we have done bomb, right? Because I just did it like right now. So let's do bomb, right? Self.bomb. And bomb, the row index is just going to be the row index. And the call is going to be, make sure you're doing call, not column index, because column index is the index where the row the row icon has been activated, has been put in, right? So that's going to be that. Here we're going to just say, for now, we're going to say break. Then we're going to when we put in place that, we're going to deal with it, right? Case triangle, case circle, case heart, these are all the same, right? So I think we actually did something like that, right? We just have a default, right? So for the default, let's come here and copy the default, right? Copy the default and come here and say default is going to be that, right? For the other four, right? So that's going to be that. And then for the row activate, now if you have a row activate, then you meet another row activate. What you'd want to do is, if you have two in a row, or you'd have to have more than two. Like you have two row activates in the, well, we could increase the score here. So for now, we're just going to say break, right? So for now, we're going to say break, but maybe we could do something else, right? So here, we're going to go, in case of column, if you get the column icon, what you want to do is just say self.column activate, and the row is going to be the row index, right? The row index, and then the call index is going to be the call, right? That's what you've called, like so. And the bang, ideally, I'm going to say break here, because I'm going to let you implement the bang, I'm going to explain exactly how I think you should implement it, and then you should go ahead and implement it, right? That's going to be sort of something you could try out, right? So that's going to be that. And here, instead of column index here, we have, we're going to have call, right? This is going to be call, right? Not column index, right? So this is going to be call, like so, and that is going to be set to empty, right? So that is basically how this is going to work, the row activate. And the next thing, we could use this information to set the call activate. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to deal with the column activate, right? So what we're going to do first is come here, copy this, is match is set to true, and come down here. The next thing is going to be set this, right? Copy this, copy, like so, paste that, right? That's going to be that. We set it to empty. And then afterwards, we need to loop through, right? Now we're looking at a column, right? Let's just look at an example. So first, come set all this to black, like so. So we're looking at this column. Let's say we're taking the column with index 3, right? What's the color? Let's say blue, right? So we are looking at this column with this index, right? What we want to do now is we want to loop through the rows, right? Loop through every single row and set it to empty. And of course, if we find a bomb, blow it up. If you find a row, activate it. If you find a gift, activate it. And otherwise, just leave it empty, right? That's what you're doing. A bit like what we just did for the row, right? So we come here and we say, we loop through the rows. So we say for row in 0 all the way to, not including rows, like so. And what we want to do is we get the cell, and that looks like this, right? It's gonna look a bit like this, right? With a slight difference, right? Okay. Let's see, for row in row, switch cell, right? Let's get the cell, and then, okay, we need to get the cell, and then, okay, a bit, let's come here, get this, copy this, come here, drop it here, right? So the cell here is going to be row, make sure this is correct, row, and then here it's going to be column index, right? That's the difference, right? Column index, right? And then we switch on it, right? If it's empty, okay, call index, right? Call index, right? Which is the one at the top here, this one, right? So we get that cell, and then when we get the cell, we switch on it. We say, in case it's empty, we just want to break, don't do anything. What's the default? The default is going to be this, and here it's going to be slightly different. It's going to be row, and then you're going to have the column index, like so. Call index, right? Call index, okay. We call it call index here. What do we call it up here? Row activate. Okay, call index. We called it call index, right? And after that, we're going to come here. And for the column, what we want to do is, in case of the column, because we're in the column here, call activate, what we want to do first, for now, let's just break. We'll figure it out in a bit, right? For the bomb, what we'd like to do is we just want to say here, this is going to be the row. And then the column here is going to be the call index, right? Like so, right? We have not yet created the gift, which is something we might want to look at, right? So that's going to be that for now, and that's going to be the column index, right? Now, the next thing we might want to look at is, let's look at the gift seed, right? Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to figure out the gift, right? So how the gift works is that if you swipe an icon with a gift, we're going to take that icon, and when we take that icon, we're going to make every single one of that icon empty, right? So for example, if you have a gift and you swipe and you get what's it called, a circle, every circle on the board is going to be made empty and disappear, right? So basically that's what gift does, right? So let us actually implement gift. How we do that is, let's come here to, after the multi-bomb, come here and we say func, and this one is going to be called gift. And gift is going to take a bunch of things. It's going to take the, let's go to the call index, call activate, right? It's going to take a row index, a call index, and something more, the icon that was passed in, right? So it's going to be a bit like that. So we take this, and then afterwards we're also going to say icon, and the icon is going to be icon type, right? So what we want to do now is just say, come here and say is match is going to be true. Let's just go to the call activate, because it's a bit, we can copy the first 2 lines, right? Copy this, come here, do this, come here, come down here, paste this. We have this 2 are set out. We loop through, we say for row in, and we go from 0 all the way to, but not including rows, like so. Come here, say for call in 0 all the way to, but not including columns. Is it columns, right? And that's going to be that. And we check if board, and we come here and we say row, and we say this is going to be row call, and we check that this is going to be the icon, right? So if you loop through the board and you find that anything is the particular icon, and this icon is going to be I think this is only going to be done in with the normal ones, right? So if you match a gift with something else, like with a bomb, something else is going to happen, right? I'm going to show you exactly how we're going to present this, right? So this icon has to be one of the random icons, right? If you match it with a different type, something else will happen, right? So what you're going to do, and I'm going to show you exactly why I'm not checking. You might wonder, how come we're not checking that the icon contained is going to be among the core types, right? We're just going to handle it at the point of where you're tapping on the buttons, right? So at the point where you're tapping on the buttons, we're going to call and do something else in some other way, right? So you'll have to wait for that. What you're going to do is just say board, and here it's going to be row, and here it's going to be call, and this is going to be dot empty, right? So we do that, and then maybe increment the score, but after that we call fall, right? Come here and we say self dot fall as we do that, right? So that's going to be that is going to be set, and that's going to be our gift that is going to be done, right? And now what we could do is we could go to, let's see, let's go to row activate and call. You might wonder, there's a problem that this will institute, right? Now, what if in our call activate, if we call a situation where we have a gift, right? Here, instead of breaking, what we do is, what's the icon here, right? Because we are calling the row and it's clearing out the entire row, or the call in this case, the column. It's clearing out the entire column, and we don't have an icon, right? It's activated. What do we do? Well, the answer is pretty simple if you think about it, right? I'm going to let you think about it, so I'm just going to type it out, right? The row here is going to be, this is the call activate, right? Call activate, so this is going to be row, and then the call here is going to be the call index, right? And then the icon type is going to be icon type dot random, right? That's how we go around it, right? And we do the same for the row activate, right? Instead of breaking on the gift, we come here and we say self dot gift, and the row here is going to be the row index, the call is going to be the call, and the icon is going to be icon type dot random, right? That's taken care of, right? Now the next thing would be we're calling here, let's call the okay, let's see, in the row activate you're calling the column, and in the column activate we should call the row here, right? Self dot row activate, and the row index is going to be the row, and the call index is going to be the call index, right? So that's basically our gift. And let's see, is there any other place? Handle adjacent cell, right? In case of gift here, right? So this is, I think this is called by our bomb, if I'm not wrong, right? Handle adjacent, yeah, it's called by our bomb, right? So let's handle the row here. So for the row here, we're going to say self. What we want to do here is we would need to, when you drop a bomb, it should clear out the particular cell, right? So what we want to do here is just say self dot row activate, and for that we're going to call the row index on the row index and the call index on the call index, right? Column and column index. Okay, it's a bit weird how we named it, right? Row index, then okay, fine, right? And then the column index here, we're just going to say self dot, and we call column activate, right? Call, is it call activate or column activate? However we call it, right? And here it's just going to be row index, and then this is going to be column index, right? Then for the gift we do the same. Self is going to be gift, and this is going to be the row index, and this is going to be the row index, and then the column index is going to be the column index, and the icon here is going to be come here and say, this is going to be, what's it going to be? It's going to be the icon is going to be icon type dot random, right? So we say icon type dot random like so. That's going to be that, and yeah, basically that, right? So let's proceed. Let's proceed. Now, the next thing we need to do is we need to create two functions, and those functions are going to deal with the instance where you match either a row with a column or a row and a column with a bomb, right? So one of those, right? One of those. Okay, right? So what you're going to do is, let's come to the bottom here. And the first one is going to be the cross, right? So we come here and we say func cross, and cross is going to take a bunch of things, and it's going to do a bunch of things, right? So cross is going to take it's going to take this, right? And we're going to say is match is true. Maybe, okay, it's going to have this 3, right? That's going to be that. Then afterwards, we're going to call the functionality for the row and the column, right? So for example, let's have a look at what it will do, right? So let's just make sure that this is all black, not to confuse us, black like so. And let's say you're trying to match 3 and 4, right? So 3 is cross, and I don't think the order matters, right? So this is the case, right? So if you do this, what we will do is we are going to run, if you try and match this, right, depending on how you match them, where you move them, right, we're going to get, we're going to clear out this row like so. If you move this here, it's going to clear out this row, right? And if you move it there, move this here, it's going to clear out this row, and also it's going to clear out this, right? Like so. So this is what it's going to do. It's going to do this and this, and also wait, it's going to do the, we're going to call it on the, on this one, we're going to call this on this and this and this, and yeah, and also potentially here, right? So this is what it's going to do, right? Color fill. Okay. Let's say blue. So this is what it's going to clear, right? Ideally we could, if we wanted, I was debating on whether we should like make it more standardized, like make it 2-2, but then I realized that that's not the case. What it would happen is if you were to merge the two of them, right? If you were to do, how it would work the same is the other option would be, if they're on top of each other, right? So let's say you merge this two, right? Right, we would, if you move this, what we would do is we would have a cross that would look like this, right? Let's say color fill, and this is going to be blue, right? This is going to be our cross on this axis, right? So the cross is always going to look like that, right? It's always going to be slightly unbalanced, right? And the advantage of when you're calling this cross, we're going to be calling it on the, what's it called? We're going to call it on the, using the functionalities that are already available. We're going to call it with the row and the column, right? So what we want to do is, let's get to it, right? So what you're going to do is say self dot row activate, and the row index is going to be first row index, and this is going to be first call index, like so, right? And then we're going to call self dot call activate, and this is going to be the first row index, and this is going to be first call index, right? And then afterwards we're going to call fall, like so. And then after we call fall, we get rid of them and then try and repopulate it. We're going to call it on the other side, right? So that it also has something to clear, right? Because it's going to run twice on the same either row or column. So that's why we're calling fall, so that it can try and repopulate, right? And maybe let's call, where's the with animation, right? animation, come here, do this, right? And this is going to be even out, like so, and this is going to be 0.4, like so, and we'd want to call this, right? Call the fall with this, right? And might have to put a self here, right? And then say self dot row activate, and this is going to be on the second one, second row index, and this is going to be second call index, right? And here it's going to be self dot call activate, and this is going to be second call index, and this is going to be, what's this going to be? Second row index, right? Second row index. So second row index, and this is going to be second call index, right? So that's going to be that. Yeah, so that's basically it. And after all that, you might want to call fall again. Let's call fall again after I call them. I know we're calling fall several times. It's just trying to replenish it and making it. A lot of this is just to make sure that the animation looks good. That's how you make it look good all through, right? That's taken care of. Now we have the big cross. The big cross is going to be a bit, this is where you merge one of them with a bomb, right? It's going to be a bit more, a bit like this, but slightly bigger. So it's going to be big cross, like so. And it's going to take this, right? It's going to take that, it's going to come here, and we're going to do this, right? And the first thing we want to do is say is match, right? Set is match, make it true, come here, paste that, that's done, right? The next one is we need to get the indices that we're going to clear. So what you're going to clear in this case is going to be the cell to your left and the cell to your right, or the cell above you and the cell below you, as well as yourself, right? So that's going to be it, right? So what it looks like is if we come here, right? Supposing, and let's make this black, and let's make this black also, right? Black, like so. So these are the cells that we're interested in, right? So if these are the cells that we want to do, what we're going to do is we're going to clear out the row, the current row, like this, right? We're going to do this, set it to blue, right? That's what you're going to clear out. Then the cell above it, the row above it, come here and say color.fill. The color in question is going to be blue. Do that, right? And same as the cell here, right? So come here, do that. That's going to be that, right? And then after you do that, you're also going to do this, right? And let's go. So that's going to be our big cross, right? So that's going to be a 3x3, as long as there is space, right? So if you match them here, like if you match them here, they're only going to go out in one side and not the other side because it's out of index, right? So that's going to be what our big cross is going to aim to do, right? So we're going to create a helper function to calculate the indices that we need to clear, ensuring that they're within bounds, right? I explained why we need to do that, right? So this is going to be indices, spell it correctly, indices to clear. And what we want to do here is just going to be the index, and this is going to be the integer, like so, and this is going to return an array, like so, right? And what we want to do is say, let possible indices, and this is going to be index -2, comma, then you're going to say, no, index -1, sorry, index -1, comma, index, comma, index +1, right? That's going to be it, right? And then we're going to check return. What do we return? Possible indices, and we're going to filter. And what we're going to filter, hit enter. We're going to come here, just use $ notation, get rid of this. Come here, this is going to be $0, like so. And this is going to be greater than or equal to 0. And this is going to be $0 is less than 8, right? So it's greater than 0 and always less than 8, because the only indices can go from 0 to 7, right? So that's the case. And okay, let's come here, and after that we say let first row to clear. First row to clear is just going to be indices to clear, and the index is going to be the first row index, right? Let's first call to clear. This is going to be indices, and this is going to be first call index, right? First call index, like so, right? And then we say for row in, and this is going to be first rows to clear, like so. What we want to do is just say self dot row activate, and the row index is going to be the row, the call index is going to be first call index, right? And we do the same for the call. Come here, say for call in first call index, and this is going to be self dot column activate, call activate, and here we're just going to say first row index, first row index, and the call is going to be call, right? It's complaining here because you're saying far instead of fear, or far instead of for, or fear instead of for, right? And this is going to be first call to clear, okay, that's done. And the next thing after we do that, right, we would call self dot fall, like so. Maybe animate it, give it a bit of animation, right? Copy this, like so. Come here, paste this, do that. That's going to be that. That's going to be updated. Then we do the same for the other side, right? We come here and we say let second row to clear, and this is just going to be indices, and the indices to clear is going to be second rather, right? Second row index, and then we say let second call to clear, and this is going to be indices to clear, and this is going to be second call index, right? That's going to be that. We need to then come here and say for row in second row to clear, like so. And here we're going to say self dot row activate, and this is going to be the row, right? The row, and this is going to be second call index, right? And then we come here and we say that this is going to be for call in second call to clear, right? This is going to be self dot column activate, right? Call activate, and this is going to be the row is going to be the row second row index, and this is going to be the call, right? And after this we're going to call fall, right? So that's going to be that. Come here, do this at the end of this, come and do this, right? And just set the fall, and then we're going to deal with the numbers in a bit, right? But now we have our first big cross, and our big cross, and this one is going to match whenever you have the you try and match one of the row or column with a bomb, right? So this is what is going to happen. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to figure out when we're running the app, right? So if we come to our game grid, let's go to our game grid, right? So currently we don't dismiss the game start, right? Let's see, what's the issue? We seem to have a placeholder. Okay, fine. Let's just, for now, let's break. Do you have another placeholder? I think that's that, right? So that's that, right? So that's that. Okay, now what we want to know is we would like to know when or not a button has been pressed, right? So when you press the button, we want to keep track of the first button that you pressed and the next button. Now, the next thing we want to make sure is that if you press two buttons and the buttons are not adjacent to each other, we shouldn't record that, right? You are only going to be able to match, and there's several ways you could do this, right? So you are not able to match cells that are not next to each other. We should only match cells if, for example, if you come here, like for example, you do this, and let's do this, and you see, you do this and this, they're not next to each other, it won't match. But if you do this, if you do this and this, they're going to match, right? So you need to match cells that are next to each other, right? That's how you're going to match them, right? So let us do that, right? That's what you're going to be handling, right? Maybe let's pause this, or let's just leave it running. It's okay. All right. What we want to do is, let's come here, and we're going to do it in the. I know our view model is pretty large. You could maybe put it in a separate extension, right? But I'm just going to do it here. And the first thing we're going to do is we need something that will keep track of the button press, right? So let's come here where we're creating our properties, right? So we come here and we're going to have var first button pressed, and what it's going to do is pressed, and this one is going to be a tuple, and it's going to be a tuple of the row, which is going to be the integer, and then it's going to be that called it, right, essentially int, right? And it's going to start off as nil, right? And then we're going to say var second button pressed, and this is also going to be a tuple. Row is going to be int, and then call is also going to be int. Optional, this is going to be nil, right? So that's going to be that. That's essentially going to be that. And the next thing we'd want to do, that's going to be that. The next thing we'd want to do is we'd need the function that would actually call them, right? So let's go all the way to the bottom, and this is going to be func. It's going to be called try process, right? Try process, it's going to take a bunch of things. It's going to take a row. The row is going to be an integer, and it's going to take a call, which is going to be an integer, right? So it's going to be that. And what we're going to do, we're going to check if first button pressed is nil and you call it. What you're going to do is going to be first button pressed is going to be a tuple of the current row and the current column, right? The current row and the current column, right? Else if second button pressed is going to be nil, what we want to do is just say we're going to call second button pressed, second button pressed, and it's going to be the tuple of the row and the call, the button in the row and the call that called it, right? Okay, that's done. Let's give ourselves more space. The next thing is what we want to do is we check if let, and here we're going to get the functionality. If let, come here and we get row origin call origin is going to be first button pressed, and let, repeat the same, row destination call destination, right? Call destination is going to be second button pressed. So we get that. And if that is the case, what you're going to do is you're going to call another function, and this function here is going to be called process, which is actually going to do the processing, right? This is going to be called func. It's going to be called process, like so, right? And this one is going to take a row origin, which is going to be an integer, call origin, which is also going to be an integer, right? And then row destination, which is also going to be an integer, and call destination, which is also going to be an integer, right? So we have the row origin, the call origin, and row origin, call origin, row destination, and that, right? It's going to be that, right? So if this is the case, if these have both been pressed, that's when you're going to call the pressed button with all that information, right? We're going to call process rather. Process, and process here, we're going to pass in the row origin is going to be the row origin, the call origin is going to be the call origin, the row destination is going to be the row destination, the call destination is going to be the call destination, right? Now we have called the process with all the information from the row and the process, right? So that is, I believe that is everything, a lot of what we need, right? And then after this, just make sure that after this, just come here and we say this is going to be first button pressed, and this one is going to be set to nil, like so. Then we're going to come here and we say second button pressed, and this one is also going to be set to nil, right? So we set both of them to nil, and we can proceed from there, right? And now from is processing, from the process, first you're going to check here and come and say if not is processing, right? So you're going to run this as long as it's not in the processing mode, right? First you're going to say, come here and we say is match is going to be set to false, right? Is match is going to be set to false, right? And the first thing we need to check is, are the cells adjacent, right? Are the cells adjacent? And how we do that is pretty straightforward. We check if, we come here and we say the row origin minus row destination, and let's wrap it. If the absolute value, right? Let's just come here and do this, right? And come here and we say the absolute value of the row origin minus the row destination is exactly 1, and the same for the call origin, right? Come here and say call origin. Okay, let's just come here and say this is going to be make this call origin like so, maybe call origin, right? And we come here and we say call origin, if call origin minus call destination and the absolute value is exactly 1, right? If that's the case, right? That's the first case. And or the opposite, right? Wrap this and can say absolute, and here we say call origin minus call destination is going to be 1, and absolute value. Okay, we don't really need an absolute for the second one, right? We only need an absolute for the, in case it's negative, right? So yeah, I don't think we need an absolute here, but let's just say, and this is going to be no, this is not supposed to be the same, right? So slight change. Let's come here and do this, right? And we say if the origin, the difference in the rows is 1, and they have the same column, right? Call origin is exactly the same as call destination, right? So if they are different rows but they're in the same column, right? That is okay, right? And here this should be this, right? Okay. Let's just come and cut this, and right, and then the or should be here, right? So if they're in different rows but they're in the same column, and if they're in different columns but the row origin is exactly the same as row destination, right? So basically that, right? Then the value is going to be, you know, they're adjacent, right? So what you check here is that, are they in the same okay, let's see. Cannot call value. Okay, if the row origin, so if you subtract them and then they're exactly 1 row apart, right? And we put the absolute for the negative, and the call origin is going to be the call destination, or we say the absolute. Let's just move this here and then come here and move this here, right? So that's it, right? If they're one row apart, they're in the same, if they're one row apart, but they're in the same column, if they're one column apart, but they're in the same row, right? You know they are adjacent, right? So that's what you're going to do is in such a situation, if this is the case, you're going to swap them, right? If this is the case, if they're one cell apart, you're going to swap them. So that's what we are going to do and figure out how to do. And we've already seen how you can actually swap cells. So let's do that. The thing we want to do is let's do the swap. So we come here and we say with animation, like so, hit this, come here, maybe make this animation dot ease in out, and this is going to be, let's say, 0.4. And what we want to do is we just want to swap them out. So how do we swap them out? Remember, we use tuples, right? And that's going to be this, right? And we come here and we say this is going to be the board. So we have a board here, and we're going to have the row origin, like so, row origin, and then we're going to have the call origin, like so. So we have the board, row origin, and the call origin, like so. And the next is going to be the board row destination, and then we're going to have the call destination, right? And then we just need the opposite for the other tuple, right? So what you're going to do is get this, we start with this, so that, like so, put a comma, then have this, the first one, right? So we've already seen how we swap the cells, right? When we are falling, right? When the cells are falling, this is how we swapped them, right? So now instead of falling, we're just going to be doing it left to right, right? There we were doing it top to bottom. Now we're doing it left to right, right? Or whichever it is, right? It doesn't matter, as long as they're one cell apart, right? In falling, we were swapping the bottom for the top, right? But here we are, I believe it's in falling, right? Where we use the tuple to do this, right? Here, whichever it is, as long as they're one cell apart, right? That's what this is checking, right? So that's going to be that. And then we're going to have the left. So let's come here and we say, let left, and left is going to be that. And then right is going to be the destination, right? So come here, copy this, right? We're declaring them on the same line, right? So declare them on the same line, save one time, save one space. And that's going to be that, right? So we now have our left and a right, and the next thing we want to do is we want to check if you merge two gifts, what are we going to do? We're going to call clear all, right? So let's just come here and we say, okay, not here but here, right? And we say command F clear all, right? So if you merge two gifts, if the left is the gift and the right is a gift, you should clear all, right? And we should always try, when we are picking this out, right? You should always try and get the edge cases, the less usual cases first, right? So in this case, we want first going to check whether or not you have two gifts, right? You're merging the two gifts, which is the less common option, right? And let's just go back to where we were, right? So what we want to do here is, this is the case, right? So the first case we're going to deal with is if, and we come here and we say, get both of them, right? If left, right, dot, all satisfy, and the predicate in question come here, and we're just going to use $ notation, right? Get rid of this, right? So here we're just going to say, if both of them satisfy, and what do we want to satisfy? We want to satisfy that $0 is going to be dot gift, right? So if you have two gifts, what do you do, right? We come here, and we call clear all, right? So if you get two gifts, what you need to do is you want to clear all, right? Okay, that's done. And because when we start off, we're not going to have this, it's going to take a while. We're going to have to do a bit of playing until we get this, right? Unless you like do something like load all gifts, right? So let's actually, and the problem with this, if we load all gifts, is that we are not going to be able to test. We need to write a bit more code before we can actually test them out, right? Because gifts are going to interact differently depending on the cell, right? And also to create the gifts are another thing, right? Else if left is going to be dot gift and right is going to be dot bomb, I'm going to leave the implementation of bang to you, or you could get the code and then the code will have the implementation of bang, right? So if left is going to be gift and right is going to be bomb, or the opposite, or left is going to be dot bomb and right gift, we're going to come in and say multi-bomb, and what we want is going to be this is going to be the row origin, the call origin, row destination, and call destination, right? So that's going to be that. Then else if, and here we're going to check if we have a gift in the row, right? Else if dot if, let's just copy this, right? And then switch it out, right? Copy, right? Come here, do this. Else if, and maybe get rid of the F. Else if we have left is going to be gift and right is going to be row, right? Right is going to be row, or left is going to be row and right is going to be else left is going to be row and wait, this is going to be gift row gift, right? Yeah, so if we have this, what you're supposed to call is going to be multi-row, right? Multi-row, come here, do this, and the first row index in question is going to be row origin. First call index is going to be call origin. Second row index is going to be row destination, this one. Second call index is going to be call destination, this one, like so, right? So that's going to be that. Come here, say else if, paste this. Now we want to check if the left is going to be the gift and the right is going to be the column, like so. We're just going to switch this out to make it column, and this is going to be, we're going to call multi call, and this is going to be row origin call origin, row destination, call destination, right? That's taken care of. And we paste this else if, and here we're going to have we have taken care of that. And what that is going to be is else if you have two bombs, right? Else if you have two bombs, let's come here, right? Else if you have two bombs, and for that we just say if you have both of them are bombs, right? Bomb, what do? You call multi-bomb, right? So what multi-bomb looks like is, come here, pick this, copy, come here, paste this, and then say multi-bomb, right? So we have multi-bomb, like so, right? So that's going to be our multi-bomb. Then we say else if you have else if let's see, else if we have dot row comma dot column dot contains let's say contains left. So we have either this on the left and right is going to be a bomb, or left is going to be a bomb and that, right? So either if you get a bomb and you get the row and the column, right? And what you want here is going to be, let's come here and we say this is going to be big cross, right? This is going to be the row origin, the call origin. The second row is going to be the row destination, and this is going to be the call destination, right? So that's that. The next one is if we did this with the bomb, right? So we say else if get this to contain left and copy like so. Can't paste it here. We have row column contains left and the same, and else if. So if you have a row column in the left and row column, and that is if you have a row and a column icon on the left and a row and a column icon on the right, you're supposed to call the cross, right? So that's going to be cross, and this is going to be row origin, call origin, row destination, call destination, right? So that's going to be that. Then that is done. Now we need to check if you have a gift. Now a gift works differently because a gift matches if you remember, a gift can match anything else, right? So we come here and say else if left is gift. What we need to do is get the gift, and the gift here we're going to say this is going to be row origin, and the call is going to be call origin, and the icon can be gotten from the board. Then we have the row, then we have the row destination, row destination, call destination, right? So that's what we are going to be matching. Else if right is going to be dot gift, right? And here what you're going to have is going to be gift, and basically this, maybe switch out a couple of things, come here, paste that. This is going to be row destination, come here, say row destination, call destination, come here, say this is going to be call destination. Icon here is going to be row origin, and this is going to be call origin, right? So that's going to be that for the gift, right? A few more to continue, and then we'll be done and we can start testing them. Now the next thing we need to do is check if the left else if left is going to be equal to that, we're just going to call this, and the particular row is going to be row origin, call origin, right? Else if right is going to be dot this, we're just going to call this, and we're going to call it on row destination and call destination, right? So that's going to be that. Let's just jump to the definition. Handle adjacent cell. Let's see. Okay. After this, we should call self.fall, right? Just call fall after this, and we go back, right? And after that, we check else if left is going to be row, and what we're going to do here is just call the row activate, and this is going to be row origin, call origin, like so. Let's just jump and see what that looks like, and maybe at the end of this, right, Let's call that, right? Okay, then else if right is going to be dot row, like so. Here we're just going to say row activate, and here we're going to say row destination and say call destination, right? So that's going to be that. Right, that's what you're looking for, right? So that's going to be that. And then if we have the row, you know we have to do the same for the column, right? So we say else if left is going to be, we're going to say column activate, and here it's going to be the row is going to be row origin, call is going to be call origin, like so. Else if right is going to be dot column, like so. We're going to come here and say row call activate, and call activate here we're going to do it with the destination, right? It's going to be row destination call destination, right? And else, this is the case where you are checking just normal cells, right? We've gone through all the other cases, right? Now what we're doing is else we're just going to come here and say check match, right? So check if there's a match and do the rest necessary, right? So we come to check match, and okay, we handle that, right? So else we check match, right? But now there's one problem, right? What if you swap cells and then notice that they're not a match? You should undo your match, right? So if you check and then you find that in actual fact, right, that you don't have a match, right? So in actual fact, you do not have a match. You should undo it, right? What we should do then is, let's just see. They are next to each other, but they are not a match. This is what happens, right? If, and we might want to delay it a bit. We could say this is going to be 0.3. We check if not is match, right? If it's not a match, right? What you want to do first is check, because of the nature of empties, right? It took me a while to figure out where to put what was actually wrong, but just check again if it's actually a match, right? Self is match first, right? Check call check match self dot check match. Because of the way empties sometimes work, just check that for now, and then afterwards come here and say with animation, basically undo, reverse the cells, right? So come here, copy this, right? Copy this, come here, do this, right? Come here and say this is supposed to be 0.3, right? That's going to be that. And what you're going to do is we need to say self. We may need to say self here. Maybe come here and fix this, say self, like so, right? And this is going to complain because you're not saying self.board, right? Self.board, come here, say self.board, right? Come here, say self.board, and come here and say self.board, right? So we have board all around, right? And now what we want to do is just get the origin. Currently, remember you have swapped them, right? So you might wonder, should we change this? No. What we want to do is just undo the swap, right? So what is at the origin should go to the destination, and what's at the destination should go to the origin. So because you have swapped them, we're reversing the swap, so that's why it looks like this. I know it might seem a bit confusing if you look at that, because we're basically doing this. I thought we swapped one way, but now since they have changed position, you're changing them back, so you could use the exact same functionality, right? Stare at it for a few seconds and you will see it, right? Now this is all we need to run our app, basically, right? After this, the next thing, if we don't have any errors, that is, right? And we have not tested in a while. But after this, what we would need to do is maybe figure out how to add points, right? And so let's figure out after this how we can actually get it to play. What's the next thing? Let's give it a whirl, right? So we have this, and what we should do here is just check and say if not game dot is playing. What you should do, come put this button here, right? So come cut this, put this here, right? And remember in the game VM, right? When the game starts, where's game start? We set is playing to true, right? So if it starts off at false, we now set it to true, right? So let's come to the game grid, and that's going to be that. Now for the button, it's going to pass in that. So let's go to the button, right? Jump to the button. And for the button, what we'd like to do here is call, is it game.process? Game dot, is it, wait, try process, right? Game.try process, and here we just pass in the row and the call, right? So if we do this and we come back to game grid, presumably we'd have everything we need to start, right? Let's see. Okay, so we hit this and we see, wow, our buttons are there, right? And let's make this, because I think this is going to give us the most amount of points. Let's do this. And it swaps, and we do not remove it, right? We do get this, but this is not removed, right? So after the match, we are not removing them, right? But let's try the, okay, we see that works, right? Okay, we're not looping through and checking this, right? That means that the functionality that is supposed to check whether or not we are, this is supposed to give us a ladybug, right? So for some reason it is not, we're not clearing when you get that, right? So let's figure that out. Testing, and one issue I've noticed is that after clear all, there is a possibility that the game may terminate. And why this is because if you check here with the, where we're processing, right? Let's go to here, right? After you call clear all, right? Supposing you, you match two bombs, right? And you clear all, right? After you clear all, there's a possibility that the cells might not be, because you're going to clear everything, we don't call fall to check after it, right? So one thing we should always do is make sure that we always check fall, right? So what you could do instead is, let's see, if it's going to fall into one of these, right? And after that, we could just come here and we say self dot fall, right? So this is going to deal with the situation where if you match two bombs, right? If you match two bombs, it's going to try and clear them all, right? So that's going to be that. And then also, let's jump into fall, right? So we need to call fall just in case, right? I've not been able to replicate the problem, but I think it could be solved if we run self.fall, right? So let's go back and try out a few things, right? And figure it out, right? So we come back here. Okay, and let's see it. Okay, hit game start, and we have our buttons, right? And let's see, originally you can see that we do have this, right? So we do have this issue of having 4 in a row, right? So how we could try and mitigate against that is, let's see, okay, come here to game VM, right? And what we would want to do is, we would want to, when the game starts, let's go to the game start, right? Just before the game starts, check matches, right? Game start, set up board. Let's jump to the definition. After you set up board and do this, let's just call check matches here, right? Check match, right? And then let's jump that to prevent that problem, right? And so we're going to run all these matches and try and that, but then it's going to give, it's going to make matches as we go around. Okay, it's a hard problem to figure it out, right? And I'm thinking through. Another option is to just implement the, let's see. When we start off, let's make sure that when we're setting up our board, right? Where do we set up our board? Okay, run set up board, right? So when you're filling the grid, prevent initial matches, right? Come here, and what we could do to limit it is maybe call the prevent initial matches, right? We need to modify this to make sure that we don't have matches from the issue I told you with, right? So let's just do that. Okay, let's proceed, right? Now, one thing we could do in the setup board, we could get rid of the check match, right? We don't need that there. And I've gotten rid of the code for the prevent initial matches so that we can correct our little issue, right? And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a helper function for the prevent initial matches, right? And this function is going to do a couple of things. It's going to be called func. We could come here and we say has match, like so. Spell it like so, has match. And what this is going to do is it's going to take a row and a row of integer, call of integer, like so, and then it's going to take a type, and the type is just going to be the icon type, right? Like so. And this is going to return a boolean, and the boolean is going to be pretty straightforward. What it's going to do is it's going to check it's basically going to check that there are no matches, right? There are no matches of this either going up or down. That's what this function is going to do, right? It's going to solve our problem of when we are generating random types, right? When you're generating random types, you might inadvertently create, like we saw, we might create a match of 3 by trying to stop matches horizontally. You might create matches vertically, right? Like we saw, right? So what you're going to do is we're going to check if they're out of bounds. We say if call is greater than or equal to 2. If you've been following along, you know why that is, right? Right? Column has to be greater than 2 so that we can make, and since we're dealing with columns, we're dealing here horizontally, right? Since we're dealing with columns, right? So it has to be greater than 2 because you need at least 2 columns so that you can start looking for the match, right? The match of 3, right? And this is going to be board, like so, and this is going to be row, and this is going to be call -1, right? That's going to be that. And this is going to be of the type of icon, right? It's going to be type, like so. And we check that the board, like so, is going to be row, and this is going to be call -2, right? And we check the very end, right? Row call -2 is going to be type, like so. Or come here and check, and we check here, it's going to be call, and this is going to be call is less than, it's within bounds, that is columns -2, and here we come and say board, and this is going to be row, and this is going to be call plus +1, right? That's going to be that, and then call +1 is going to be type, and is going to be type, right? So basically check this, and if it is, that means you can return true, right? It has a match, right? Return true, right? So do that, and do the same for, this is horizontally, do the same vertically, right? And this is going to be, we need to come here, copy this. It's going to be used in prevent initial, so don't worry about it, right? So what you're going to do here is going to be, instead of call, here we're going to switch it, and it's going to be the row, like so. And we're going to come and say here, it's going to be row -1, row minus, not underscore, but -1. And this is going to be call. Come here and say call. This is going to be type. And then we say board row -2. Come here and say row -2. And this is going to be call, like so. And this is going to be type. And then we get row minus, row is going to be within bounds, so it's going to be rows -2. And then we come here and we say board row +1, and then this is going to be call. So come here and say call, like so. And then here it's going to be board row +2, right? Not underscore, but +2. And this is going to be call, and this is going to be type, right? Like so. and then you're just going to return true, right? Else we're going to come and we say return. What are we going to return? We're going to return false, right? That's going to be that, and basically that, right? Now how are we going to use it? We're going to have a flag that is going to run until we make sure that we have no matches, right? So we're going to come here and we put that flag, and we can say var has made changes, right? And this is going to be true, right? So we come here and we're going to say while the flag has made changes, right? Come here, and then we need something to terminate it. We'll terminate it here. We're going to come here and we say while has made changes, and here we're just going to say has made changes, and we set this to false, right? So this is the case, and we check. We loop through. We say for row in 0 all the way to, but not including rows, like so. Come here and we say for call in, and we go from 0 all the way to columns, like so, and come here. Okay, come here, do this, come here, and then we check. Let current is going to be given as the board, and then we get the row, and then we get the column, right? That's going to be that call, rather, in this case. That's going to be current, and we check if has match, call it has match. The row in question is going to be the row, the call in question is going to be the call, the type in question is going to be, what's it going to be? The type in question is going to be the current, right? Let's call it the current, right? So that is the case, right? And if this returns true, remember has match will return true based on this, right? If this is true, what we want to do is, let's come here, and what we want to do is just say the board, and this is going to be the row, then this is going to be the call, like so, is going to be gotten from the icon type here. In this case, that means that we have a match. What we do in this case is just say call, like so, and we just want to get the first, okay, dot first, and here we're going to say, come here and we do this first, and we're just going to say $0 is not the current type, right? Like so, right? It's going to complain here, and we could just give it, if not, just give it an empty, right? Like so, and then we come here and we say, after that, mark that a change has been made. We just come here and we say has made changes, and we set that to true, right? So that means that we have made the various changes, and now it's going to prevent our initial issue, right? And then there's another problem that I noticed, right? When I was testing it off camera a bit. Command F, come to clear all. Now in clear all, after you do this, if you ever match two bombs, it's going to remove all the boards, and then it's going to set them as empty, and then it's not going to refill them. And for the reason for this is after you fall into the clear all, right, where we're processing, after you call, let's just come and say clear all, right? After we call clear all here, we don't call we don't call the fall functionality, right? So you could call so it gets stuck here without that. But in something like multi-bomb, I believe if it goes to multi-bomb, we do call a fall, right? For the gift, we do call a fall. For the cross, we do call a fall. And maybe it would be good if we actually call this falls with this, right? So let's just make sure we put them. It's a bit fast on the animation, right? And I think that half of this thing is just making sure that you slow it down with animation, right? That's the key to making it look good, right? So just make sure that with column activate, we set it to empty, right? And then after this, loop through. Let's just call fall here, right? Let's call fall, because I don't think we call it there, right? Row, we do call it in the row activate, so we should do it also in the call activate, right? And multi-row, we call fall. Let's call fall properly, right? With the animation, right? Let's come here and we do this, right? Okay. And this is handle adjacent cell. Do this, right? Okay, this is fall, right? So just make sure we call fall everywhere. Otherwise, the one for the clear would be stuck, right? We would get there and it would actually get stuck, right? It wouldn't progress past that, which would be suboptimal, if you ask me, right? Try process, okay. That's that. I think everything else is more or less fine, right? We could call fall here, but I thought it's going to be handled, right? So let's just do that and see, right? Okay. Let's instead come to game grid, right? And see everything, if everything is in order, right? Let's just stop this, right? And let's reload this, right? So now we have our game grid and see if everything is as it should be, right? Okay, we start this and we get our cells, and let's try and match. And we do get a couple. They do move fast, right? Okay, now if we merge these two, they should clear all the cells, then we should get new cells, right? So if we do this, and we should clear all cells, and we do not get the fall, right? So there's something amiss, because we do clear all cells, but then after we clear all cells, clear all, right? So here, after we clear all, let's jump to the definition, right? Oh, I actually forgot to call it. You see, oh God, we forgot to call it here. And this is where we were supposed to call it. So you see the problem that we actually face, right? We actually have to call, if you merge the two, that, and you call clear all, we actually had forgotten to, after talking about the issue that might occur, right? So let's come back to game grid, right? Hopefully we can recreate it. Of course, since everything is random, we might not get it, right? Okay, let's just start and see this, right? Can we see any 3 in a row, right? I can't see any 3 in a row, right? So maybe our code is working. Let's do that. And wow, we've gotten a lot of, okay. Let's see. Okay, that let's merge this and this. It should clear everything, and then we should get new cells. Let's come here and do this. Okay, but it does go really, really fast, right? So we might think of how we might want to slow things down, right? Because you can barely follow along, right? Let's try and clear out the entire row, right? So we come here and we do this, and that clears out the entire row. But it happens so fast, right? So one idea we could do is, and we're creating too many ladybugs, right? Maybe we should limit the ladybugs to 6. And here we are not noticing that this actually has 4, right? This actually has 4 in a row and is not being noticed. That's one thing I've noticed, right? So we should check match. There's a place where we're checking match and it's not doing that, right? Let's do this. And if we do that, you see that it does clear out all that, right? And you will notice that this is it's not noticing them when they are arranged vertically, right? So there's something wrong with the identifying matches vertically, right? So let's have a look at that. What we could do is we could jump into process. First, let's increase the time. I think there's a bit of a conflict on when we are calling the fall, right? And keeping it the same all through. So what we could do is we could check here in the check match. We should increase the time until we call fall. Let's make it something like 0.6, right? So we delay 0.6 and then call the fall, right? And do the same for this. Call this, let's say, 0.6, right? No, 0.6, like so, right? So let's do that. Then the next one is to jump into process, right? Process, right? So we come into process, not that process, but this one, try process, this process, right? And what we want to do is we want to make sure that only one process is running at a time, right? So one thing we could do is we could come here, get rid of that, come here, do this, and say something like guard not is processing, right? We say is processing, else we're just going to return, right? Come here and say return, right? That's going to be that. And then we're going to say after is match, we're going to come here and we say is processing. It's going to set this to, we're going to set this to true, right? Let's set that to true. And then we're going to say this is used as a flag, and it will be useful in the animation block, right? So that is done. And the next thing we could come and do is where we're checking the match, right? here, and what we would do is we want to check the match only after the animation and the potential fall, right? So what we could do is we could come here and we say something like, let's say this is going to be 0. Let's do 5, right? And then before that, we're going to call self dot check match, right? We check the match, right? Check for matches only after the animation and the potential fall. And then after that, we undo the swap, right? The undoing the swap is going to look exactly the same. So if we've done all this, presumably things will go a bit better. Let's see. Cross your fingers, say your prayers, and let's see, right? So what this is going to look like, this is what it looks like, right? And what we want to do is let's come here and do this, right? That's going to be that. And okay, that was a lot of them. And let's wait for it to stop. Okay, fine. It does go a bit fast. Let's do this. And that's going to be that, right? And we now have a bomb on our hands, right? Let's destroy this, and it's going to destroy and also yield a number of them, right? Okay, let's get rid of all the blues and see if it works. All the blues are gone, right? Okay. I'm sure we tested the row. Let us test the column. We've not tested the column to the best of my knowledge, right? Let's do this. And I think it did work. I think it did. Let's do this. Okay, it did. That did a lot of stuff, right? So you see that's the issue of them moving pretty fast, right? And I still see that we okay, half the time it's noticing that you're okay, it's now stopped. I was going to say that there are 3 in a row, but eventually it did notice that there are 3 in a row and it got rid of them, right? But we are actually producing a lot, if you notice it. We're producing a lot of I thought they'd be more rare, right? We're producing a lot of ladybugs, right? And there we killed all of them. And let's see if we can get the okay, let's wait for it to stop, and then we can decide on whether or not it actually works, right? And here we are getting the same problem of having 4 in a row, right? So we are not detecting, we're still not detecting the 4 matches in a row, right? So let's have a look at that. Now, there are a few issues with our mark matches and how we mark the matches on the board. And if we come here and here where we're looking at, we're looping through the columns, that is, we are checking horizontally. You notice that we check list and we set the first column to true, and then we set it again to true, right? This should be the next one, right? The next cell horizontally plus 2, right? And then here we go to rows minus 2, not to get to the last one. And here, what you're supposed to do is go all the way to columns, right? Because we're doing here, we're doing vertical, right? So you can do that like so, right? And then afterwards, we make sure that the type is going to be board row plus 1, board row plus 2, and this is call, right? And then we come here, row call, row plus 1, row plus 2, right? And that's going to be that. So that's going to be that. And then this will help us when we are making matches, detect our matches better, right? Come to game grid, right? Let's test it out. I remember on the very far edge, we couldn't get it to make some matches, right? So let's just come here to this, right? So if we try on the last edge and make a match, and we do get a match there, right? And we get this one, right? Let's try and get another match there, and we do get a match, and we go here, right? Do this, and we get a match there, and we get a match, right? Let's do this, and we do get a match. Move this up. That's going to be that, right? And let's try and match this. Okay, do this. And here we can get 4, and we get that, right? And in our matches, you will notice an issue, right? If we get three in a row of not empties, right? So let's just come here, right? If the type is not empty, and that's what we check, right? So we could match, as you saw, 3 special types, right? Now you might want to keep them or you might want to match them, but if you let them like match on their own from maybe like the cells falling, that might not be the best experience, right? What we would want to do is maybe not match them, right? And we could come here and we say something like and icon dot type dot core dot contains the type, right? So we do that, right? Make sure it's among the 4. Those are the only matches that you're going to get, right? And come here and copy this, and maybe also copy this, and then come and paste it here, right? So we have that, right? That's going to be that. Then afterwards, come to game grid, let this rule, get this, get that, right? And now, okay, let's start the game, right? And what's it? Okay, that's going to be that. And one thing you could do further is to slow down the matches, right? I think the matches are going to a bit too fast, right? This is one thing you could do is just try and slow them down, and because they can be moving a bit fast, right? So the user might not even notice that they're matches, right? And let's do that, and here we get this, and then we try and match this too, right? And you see the clearance is so quick that you barely even notice it, right? Okay, that's the case, and I think now it's playing a bit better, right? So we get 2 bombs there, right? And maybe the only thing that I would say is that maybe the location of the clearance, this should give us, if we put this here, we should get a ladybug, and we do get a ladybug, and you see the ladybug comes at the very end here, right? You might be interested maybe in placing the ladybug at that particular location, but that would take a bit of finagling, right? Let's blow this bomb here, and you see the bomb does a lot of the work that could be done is in getting the, in particular, that will give us another ladybug, right? Let's try and match this ladybug. Okay, you probably won't notice because it's going to destroy this, right? But okay, so far we have not seen any situation where we have 3 matches of super icon or special icons, right? If I could put it like that, right? And okay, and if we do this, okay, it does create destroy a lot of them. And yeah, so that is the case. Okay, I'm not seeing any situation where we can match 3 in a row, right? Or where 3 in a row are left, right? I'm deliberately trying to play in such a way that we have 3 in a row of a particular type, which is something that's pretty hard to do, right? And here, okay, we have 2 here. Let's try and do this, and let's see. Okay, this is going to be, and do this. Okay, maybe try and get this down. Okay, if we do this, it's going to clear out. It's very hard to arrange them in a line, right? Okay, do this. Okay, right, now you see we have 3 in a line, but we have not actively removed them, and the reason we have not actively removed them is because you will notice that the 3 in a line are not the we are actively discriminating against them, right? So these 3 are the same type, but we're not doing that. So let's merge this too. And yeah, so one thing we could do maybe is figure out how we can slow down the animations, but I think a lot of the problems we had are sorted. Now it's just a timing issue. That's the issue. I noticed is that when we do actually come to, in particular, the bombs, right? The multi-bomb, we're actually checking and converting, if we have a column, we're converting it into a bomb, right? So just come to multi-bomb, and instead of this, what we could do is I added a bit of animation, and here we should check that it's bomb. If you first set a random type into a bomb, right? And then what you want to do here is just explode all of them over the board, right? So that's what we do, and we could maybe do it, come here, copy this, like so, copy, and then come, paste this, and then do that, right? So we do that, and that's going to make our app a bit better. Now, the next thing we need to do is let's go to our view model, and we need to create a couple of things. We now need to start figuring out how to award marks or points or however you want to call them, right? So the first thing we could do, and also the score, so we could come in and say var best score, and best score is going to be an integer, right? And this is going to be user default dot standard dot integer, and for the key is going to be best score, right? So we're going to be saving the best score in our user defaults, right? That's going to be that, and then the next one is going to be we have a game start, right? Let's see, let's have a timer stop. Let's come here and we say func timer stop, like so. Come here and say is stop, this is going to be set to true, right? And then we're going to say timer dot invalidate, like so, and then we set the timer. We're going to set the timer is going to be set to no, right? That's going to be that. Then we're going to have the timer start. Let's come in and say we're going to create the function for starting the timer. Func, this is going to be called timer start, and what this is going to be is we're going to check is stop is going to be set to false. Then we're going to say self dot timer is going to be timer dot scheduled timer with time interval of 1, like so, and we could get rid of this, right? Let's get rid of this, and repeats is going to be true, like so, and then come here, and in the closure we're going to say underscore in, like so, and we say self dot game time minus 1, so subtract 1 second, and if game time ever gets to 0, come here and you say self dot timer, and we're just going to say invalidate, right? And then say self dot timer is going to be nil, like so, right? And you're going to say self dot is playing is going to be set to false, right? And basically that, right? So that's going to be with time interval, right? Come here and you say with time interval, right? That's going to be that, and that's going to be okay. And what we're doing is let's call the setup board. Let's just jump to the setup board, right? And okay, fine, that's done. Okay, fix that with self, and that's going to be done, right? Now the next thing you need to do is we need to go to our content view, which is going to be the entry point of our app. And what we'd like to do first is let's come here, and we're going to have game. So we say var game, and game is just going to be game VM, like so, right? Then we come here, and this is going to be that, and we could ditch this, and here we need the navigation stack, right? So let's do this and say navigation stack, like so, navigation stack, like so, and then you're going to have the geometry reader, like so, and in the closure we could say geo in. Come here, say geo in, that's going to be that. Then we can now have our vstack, and what we're going to have in our vstack is going to be our game grid, right? Game grid like so, and this is just going to be, we pass in the game, right, which is going to be game, right? And now it's going to complain, I believe. Okay, we do have it there, right? What we could do is, for now it's going to be like that, don't worry about that. What we want to do next is maybe give it the navigation inside. Let's go to the geo, the end of geo, and we're going to come here and we say dot navigation title, and this one is going to be called Candy Smash, like so. That's going to be Candy Smash, like so. And then you're going to have a toolbar. Come here and you say okay, and you're going to say dot toolbar. Okay, we're going to figure out the toolbar in a bit, right? And okay, the next thing we would need to do is we would need to come here and create a new view. Come here, and this is going to be called the timer view, right? This is going to be a SwiftUI view. It's going to be called the timer view, right? And the timer view is just going to be two capsules on top of each other. And this capsules, let's come here and say this is going to be var game, and this is going to be game VM, like so, right? Then afterwards, we're going to have var geometry, and this is going to be geometry proxy, like so. Then we come here, then you're going to put them on top of each other, right? So there's a dark capsule and a capsule with color, and that is how we're going to create the illusion of ticking, right? This is going to be alignment, and this is going to be dot leading, right? So we have that, and we're just going to come here and we say we need a capsule, right? A capsule like so, and we could say dot frame, frame like so, and here it's going to have a height, and the height is going to be 41, right? So that's going to be that, and then we're going to have another capsule, and this is going to be a capsule, and here we come here and we say the frame here is going to have a max width, okay, max width, and the max width can be gotten from the geometry, like so, dot size dot width, like so, minus 32, right? And after that we multiply this by cg float, like so, and here we're just going to come here and we say this is going to be the double, like so, and here we're going to have game, and this is going to be dot game time, like so, and this is going to be, we divide it by, and we could loop, wrap it, and this is going to be 10 plus, and this is going to be double, like so, and this is going to be, we come here and we say this is going to be game dot game time, right? And that's going to be that, and I don't know why it's complaining. And here we're going to have a frame. The frame in question is going to have a height of height is going to be, let's say 40, just one less, right? And that's going to be that, and then we're going to have an overlay. Let's put an overlay over it. We say dot overlay, hit enter, and then we can come into the content, and we need an alignment, right, for the overlay, and we say alignment, like so. Alignment is going to be dot trailing, like so. Come into the code. What's the code like? Give it more space, right? What we're going to do here is we're just going to say if game, and here we're going to say game time is greater than 15, like so, and here we're just going to say text, and this is going to be what's this going to be? This is going to be game dot game time, like so. And what we want to do here is just come and say bold, like so, and this is going to be dot font, is going to be dot title, like so, and here it's going to be dot foreground color, foreground style, foreground style, and here it's going to be dot white, like so. And we could put some padding, we say dot padding, and this is going to be dot trailing, and this is going to be, let's say 4, right? And that's going to be that. Okay, it's not currently showing. Let's go back to our content view, right? This will probably not work. Let's go back. What's the timer view? Maybe get rid of this, right? Come back to the content view. Now for our content view, I think we would need to provide, let's see, does it have any issues? Any problems? Then why is it not? Okay, fine, we have Candy Smash, right? Okay, so that's that. And what we would like to do is, in our content view, let's just figure out where we're going to put in the timer, and the timer should go somewhere at the top, right? So we come here in our VStack, and above the game grid we should put the timer view, and the game in question is going to be game, and the geometry is going to be geo, right? So if we do that, we should get something, okay, something that looks like that. And let's go back to our timer view, and let's maybe give it a bit of padding. It doesn't look it's not the most fetching, if I may say so, right? And okay, or we could give it, maybe let's give the VStack here. Let's come in to say dot padding, right? Like so, right? And okay, that looks a bit better. Let's proceed from there. Let's continue. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to set the foreground style. Come here, say foreground style, like so, and this is going to be color dot purple, I believe, dot purple, and we want a gradient of purple, right? So we do that. Come here, do this, sit back, watch this, and this is what it's going to look like, right? So this is it, right? So as time ticks, this is going to go down. So we do this, and okay, I don't think I've hooked this up, right? So let's see, on our game grid, let's go to our game grid and game start, right? So we jump to game start, and what we'd like to do in game start is what we could do is we could when we call the game start, we could also start the timer, right? So we could come here and just say right? So we do that, and if we do that and we go back to our content view, and this is going to look, give it a bit of time, right? So you see it ticks, right? So that's what it's going to look like, right? So as you're playing and the time is ticking and you can see it, right? That's what that is going to look like, right? And you can see already the problem, right? So once the time gets to a certain number, it actually disappears, right? So let's just come back here, and then we're going to fix that, right? Game start, and maybe we could even play as we are waiting, right? So 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, right? So when it gets to 15, you can't see it, right? So what you want to do is, let's go back to timer view, right? So if this is the case, perhaps let's say maybe even 5, right? Let's see 5, right? Come here and see it, not here, but the content view, right? So let's come here and see at some point where, let's just let that run. And then afterwards, we're going to have to go through all the functions or all the places and try and award marks and figure out a way we could calculate a situation where you can add marks or points depending on the number of that, right? So when it gets to 5, it actually can go, right? Okay, so when it ends, the game is over, and then we get game start, right? So that is that, right? Now the next thing, let's see, can it go all the way to 1, right? Let's just come here. Let's get rid of this, right? Let's just have the time, right? And see the time. I think the time is enough, right? And we can let that run. Right now, as I was saying, we need to figure out how we're going to give the marks, and that is the hardest thing, right? Determining how many marks. I think balancing it is real hell, if you ask me, right? So balancing it and making sure that it works the way it's supposed to work is really, really, really hard, and it's a bit difficult. And what you'd like to do in such a situation is you would like to have a sort of balanced, get them all like, okay, fine, it works, right? You are going to have, I'm guessing what you would want to do is you would like to, okay, it's now negative, right? So, okay, fine. Let's, we're not going to go to 0 and whatnot, right? So what we'd like to do is we would like to make sure that, let's see, how would we fix this first? Let me think about that. Right, okay. We could leave it, right? Let's just leave it. What we'd like to do then is figure out how we are going to apportion marks, right? And that's going to be a lot harder than you would expect, right? So it would depend on how and where we want to give marks, right? So I would say that the bomb is the most valuable thing, right? So let's start with the bomb, right? And figure out where we're going to give marks on the bomb, right? And what that would look like is let's go to multi-row, right? So let's start with multi-row. Come here and we say multi-row, like so, right? So what we want to do is after we do this animation here, and then we come and we set the row, then we put this, and then we call the fall. What we'd like to do is we'd like to award marks, right? So what we'd like to do here is, let's see, have we put in a combo? Combo is going to be used, okay, yeah, we do have a combo, right? So let's just get multi-row, and for, okay, jump to where it's defined, right? So this is going to be our multi-row, and what we'd like to do here is just say score is going to be plus equals, and let's say 25, right? And then combo is going to be plus equals 2, right? That's going to be the score there, and score, this is combo, right? Combo. So we do combo and score for our multi-row, and then we think after the multi-row, let's see, multi-call should be about the same, right? So we come here and let's say multi-call, go to where it's defined, right? Jump to the definition, and in the definition you would like to come here and do this, right? And basically the exact same thing. And that's one way we could do it. Then after that, the next one would be to figure out, after the multi-row and the multi-call, let's see, the multi, I believe there's another multi here. Let's come here and we say, since you gave that 25, this should be maybe 30, right? So 30, like so. Okay, that's going to be that. Then what we want now is the column and the row, and for the column and the row, what we'd like to do is let's come here. Where's the column? Okay, call activate, right? Come here, call activate, jump to call activate. And what we'd like to do here is give max, and we could come here, do this, and instead of 25, this is going to be a column is going to be, let's say 5, right? It's going to be 5, and combo is going to be 1, right? So that's going to be that. Then we could copy this, and since we've done this with the row activate, let's also do it with the we have done it in the call activate, let's do it in the row activate, right? That's going to be 5, like so. And then afterwards, let's look at the big bomb. Now, where does the big bomb come in? Is it the big bomb? I believe the multi-bomb, right? Multi-bomb is the first. Let's come to clear all. That should be the highest value that we give. So we gave 30 last time. This should be 50, and this should be 2, right? Then we come back here, and then we jump here. This should be 40, and this should be 2, right? So it's not exactly a science here. Have we done multi-row? I think we have. Multi-row. Okay, yeah, we've done that, right? Okay, we've done multi-row, multi-call, multi. Have we done this? Okay, we've done that, right? And this should be in the 20s, I believe. Cross, this should be 10, right? Let's just come here and do this, and this should be, cross is going to be, okay, 20. Let's say this is going to be 20. Come here, and if that was cross, okay, this is cross, right? This is big cross, right? So this should be, let's make it 25, right? Let's make it 25. Come here, give us 25, right? They're arbitrary numbers, right? Let's say gift, and gift should be let's say this is also going to be 25, right? Okay, that's going to be that. And let's see, the usual, let's see, have we done bomb? And bomb, we haven't done it, so this should be 10. Okay, something like that. And we've done row, I believe, and column, right? So we have that, right? Okay, we have call, and now we just have check match, right? So if it doesn't, it's not any of those, we should just call check match, and we should go to mark 4 matches. Now the difference is, you will notice that mark, but this is called when the L turns into a bomb, right? Process 3 matches, we're not calling it anywhere, it's just going to be called last. So this should be combo +1, and maybe give this a 3 marks, right? That's how it differs from the others, right? Okay, let's just come here and do this, right? So this is mark matches, check and mark special. Special will yield the I believe the ladybug. This will yield the bomb, this will yield the row. This, okay, fine. That is basically done, right? So now we have, I think everything has a mark, right? So what we would like to do next is figure out how we could make that useful, right? So what we would do is we are going to call a function, and this function is going to be called func, and this function is going to be called extend. And what's it going to do? Extend timer based on score, right? So you see, we start with 30 seconds, but now if you get that, if you get points, you get the timer extended, right? So we say score increase threshold, and this is going to be 10, and we say let combo multiplier, like so. This is going to be 2, and then we come and say let base extension, and this is going to be score divided by score increase threshold, right? So we do that, then we say let total time extension, and this can be the base time extension, right? And we check if game time is less than 200. That's when we're going to add it, right? Come here and we say game time. Game time is going to be plus equals and then integer. And what do we write? Wrap the total time extension, like so. That's going to be that. If game time, if you try to add it and then you find that it's going over 200, is greater than or equal to 200, game time is going to be set to 200, right? So we don't want somebody just piling on time, right? And then we say, finally, if score is greater than self dot if score is greater than the best score, right? Just update it, right? And that we say best score is going to be the score like so, and we're just going to say use the defaults, like so, dot standard dot set, and what's the key? The key is going to be score, let's say score, and this is going to be best score, right? That's what we called it, I believe. If I can just jump up here, and that's going to be best score, right? That's exactly what we called it, right? So this is going to be, now we need to figure out where we're going to call it, right? And we're going to call it wherever we have an increase in score, right? So that's what you're going to call. So we come here and we say this is going to be score, like so, and that's going to be that. And then we come here, score, like so. Score is going to be 0. Okay, fine. And this is going to be after this. We extend timer best and score. Let's find the next one. That's for the clear all, right? Come here, do this, paste. Okay, not that, but extend timer best and score, right? Copy this. Let's just copy it. We keep it in the chamber, so to speak. Go to score, come here, do that. Go to score, come here, do that. Go to score, come here. Well, you get it now, right? You get the swing of things, right? Go to score, come here, do that. Go to score, come here, do that. Go to score, repeat until you get that, right? I've just realized we could have done this a bit faster using a shortcut, right? You could like try to rename, then go underneath, and whatever it appears. Yeah, but okay, we are more or less done, right? So that's our score, right? Now we're going to increment our score every time our marks go up, right? Every time we get that. But now we need to figure out how we can show our the view, right? The score, right? So how we're going to do that is we come here, and we're going to come here and we say in the views, we're just going to come and say this is going to be a SwiftUI view, and this one is going to be called console, right? It's going to be called console. That's going to be that. And what you're going to have here is going to be, come here, say var gm, and gm is going to be, or game, let's just spell it out, game VM, right? So we have that. That's going to be that. Then we come here and we go and let's just, we could have an h stack, right? And this is going to be an h stack, and we're going to have a spacing. Let's say spacing is going to be let's say 8, like so. Come here. This is going to be v stack in the h stack, right? And in the v stack, we're just going to have a text, and the text here is going to be the score, like so. And this is going to be we say bold dot bold, right? I don't know why it's not helping me. I think we have done that. We need to do that. Then we're going to say dot font is going to be dot title to, like so. Come here and we say dot foreground color, foreground style rather. This is going to be color dot gray, right? Dot gray, like so, right? That's going to be that. Then after that, we come and underneath it we say text. This is going to be interpolated. This is going to be game, spell it correctly, game dot score, like so. And it's just going to be the same pretty much. It's going to be dot bold, like so. Then come here and you say dot font. Dot font is going to be dot title, right? Make it a bit larger. And dot foreground color, foreground style rather, right? Foreground style. This is going to be dot white, right? That's going to be that. And then we come here and we say this is going to have dot padding, which is going to be dot vertical, like so. And give it as much space as possible. Dot frame is going to be max width is going to be dot infinity, like so. And the background is going to be color dot purple dot gradient, right? That's going to be that, right? So we have that, and then afterwards we might need to, we could basically have this again, right? So after I give it a background of this, we could come here and we say dot corner radius, and the corner radius is going to be let's say 5, right? And after that we could basically repeat the trick, right? Come here, copy this, and say paste this, and instead of score, this is going to be best. Let's just say best score, right? Let's say best score, maybe make it title 3, right? Slightly smaller, and this is going to be best score, right? So we say best score like that, and that's going to be that, and that's going to be okay. Let's go back to our content view, and we have our timer, we have our geometry, and let's put which one goes on top of which one. Let's see, we probably should let me just consult my notes. This is going to be have the console and the timer, right? Come here, say console, and it needs a game, pass in the game, reload this, and hopefully this doesn't complain. Okay, if it so wants it, say game here and say game, like so, right? Game VM, like so, right? And that's going to be that. And let's come back to the content view, and maybe this is going to stop complaining now. And okay, so that's the score, and okay, we can't see this, right? So let's go back, right? Okay, and it's a bit too beefy for my liking. It's too beefy, right? So let's go back, and what we want to do now is maybe make the padding, let's say 8, like so, vertical. That will shrink it, right? Okay, come here, say this is going to be 8, less beefy, right? Okay, that's a bit better. The color is going to be let's say, how does black look? Let's see, let's do this and see whether black looks better. Okay, black looks better, right? So come here, get rid of this, right? Black looks better. Okay, right? So let us see that. Let's go back to our content view and see, do the points go up, right? Okay, fine. So if we do this, let's see what's the match. Okay, let's start now, right? Let's do this, and we get that, and we have a score of 3. So it works, right? And I think that was a shuffle, right? That was a shuffle, right? Because it couldn't find any matches. Do this, that's another one, a score of 9, right? And 9 is our best score so far, right? And okay, I thought there was one there. Okay, we save a bit of time. Let's put a bomb there. Okay, a bomb has helped us. Let's come here for yellow. Okay, that's a bit more time. Okay, there, right? Switch. Okay, that's good. We have time on our hands, right? Come here, do this. Okay, right? Let's get rid of all the oranges. Okay, we do get some time, right? Let's come here. That's going to be that, right? Clear this out, right? That's going to be that. Okay, we're getting our time, right? And okay, move this down here, do that, do that, do this. Okay, that's going to be that. Merge the two. Okay, so now we are in the like so. Okay, okay, right? So basically that, right? So in the beginning, the time might be against you, but as you go along, you see. So that's the difficulty I was saying in getting a correct, getting the everything correct, like the scoring correct, right? So in the beginning, you can see the time is ticking, and you're trying to get ahead and stuff like that, right? So that is that, and let's put a bomb. Okay, and clear this out. That's going to be that, right? And call this here. Okay, that's going to be that. That's going to be that. Okay, right now everything is going presumably a lot like what we expect, right? And put that bomb there. This should give us a ladybug, and we now have a ladybug. Let's merge this too. Maybe this will give us 400, right? It's jumped us all the way to 500, not just 400, right? So yeah, so basically we have a lot of our app, right? A lot of our app, right? Let's proceed from there. Let's proceed. Now, the next thing we want to do is we would like to, let's see, what let's show our combos so that the user can know that there are actually combos on the screen, right? So what we want to do is come here, and I think in the VStack, let's do it, and we say here, if game.combo, if the game.combo is not 0, like so, what we want to do here is say with animation, hit enter, like so. The duration is going to be let's say dot ease in, ease out. This one, ease in out, like so. That's going to be 0.4. Come here with this, and then the text. The text is going to be combo. Spell it correctly. Combo. Or if you spell it incorrectly, leave it like that, right? The next is going to be dot bold, like so. And this is going to be dot font, is going to be dot large title, right? That's going to be that. And let's do that. And now we're going to string interpolate by coming here and we say game dot combo, like so. Game dot combo, like so. And put a bang there, right? So we do that. And let's try building and seeing if it works. Continue, right? Let's try it out and see it in action. Let's move that. That will give us the triangle there. And let's do this. We get the row thing. And okay, that's done. Let us do this, and that gives us that. Let's do this and get a combo. We have a combo there, right? And move this up here, and that will clear that, and that will give our combo 2, right? Let's do this, and okay, that will get our combo back to 1, right? Let's do this too. I'm sure with the bomb this will give us a combo of 29, right? Because of all the merges and all the things that have all the the chaos that ensues, right? So that's going to be that. Let's do this, and we get a combo of 30 that extends it. Get here, combo of 31. So we know our combo is working, right? Let's try and reset this. Come do this, get that, and do this. That's going to be that, and come here, do that. That's going to be that, and let's see. Do we have a combo now? We have a combo of those two, right? So that means that from the 30 it was reset, meaning that our combos work. Let's do those two. It clears out everything. Remember, when you do two gifts, you clear out everything. So we know that our combos are working as they should, right? Our combos are working as they should, and we can proceed from there. And they are sort of working. So that's that, right? So I'm going to leave this, leave things there, and I will see you in the next video.